Hey, everybody. As you guys dive in, welcome to the, what did you name this thing, Chris? The
Marketing Mastery.
build short-term rental
Yep.
wealth marketing mastery
Yep.
virtual boot camp, the longest name in
Amen.
the history of online trainings. But we are glad that you're here. This is kind of weird being on Zoom this way for me because we can't see anybody that's here. So and actually, this is our first time doing a Zoom webinar, right? So how do they communicate with us, Chris? Let's kind of go through before we get into the intro, let's go through the housekeeping items. How do they communicate and ask questions today?
Yep. So in the panelist portion or on the attendee side, you can raise your hand. So if you have a question, you can pop a hand up. Technically, we could bring you in. I don't think we're going to try and do that today. We'll try and keep it just to the chat for now. But if you have questions, you can raise a hand and we'll try and get to you or at least talk to you. You can talk in the chat. That's probably the easiest way. We'll keep an eye on the chat throughout for questions, anything you might have specific questions about or want us to go deeper in. And that's kind of the point of us doing it this way is like a lot of the other ways we've done it in the past, the two-way communication makes it really, really hard, meaning like there's a delay. And so it's kind of hard to like keep the conversation flowing. So if you have something complicated, we could always bring you in and actually have a question pop up. Otherwise, the chat's there. And if you want to go ahead in the chat, say the usual things we say when we hop on these, which is where you're from, where do you have properties? Let's try and get some people just to be active in the chat and get us started.
And I think one thing especially for like Host Academy members and Mastermind members that are used to doing regular Zoom calls, you know, we do weekly coaching calls in the Host Academy and our monthly Zoom calls. We actually have one tonight. I forgot about that tonight. It's going to be a long day for our Mastermind. I would highly recommend putting your questions into the chat. Wait for everybody to get through introducing themselves here. We've got 162 people in here right now. We're going to end up with over 200 most likely here in the next few minutes as Chris goes in and lets the people that somehow... It's funny how some of you open the emails that we sent and then you email us that you didn't get them. So people are having... It'll be a few minutes before everybody gets on. We do have some housekeeping stuff to go through. Ask in the chat, and here's why, because we're going to go through specific sections, right? And we can't take everybody's questions in real time because this 2 days would turn into 2 weeks at that point because of the number of people that we have. So at the end of each section that we go through, which will probably run between like 15 minutes to 30 minutes, roughly per section, probably 20 to 30 minutes, could be 45. That's when we're going to stop and take all of the questions. And here's why. Because you think you have a unique question, but everybody else is going to be thinking the exact same thing. So when we can aggregate those questions that you have, then we'll knock out like 5 birds with one answer. And that's the best way to go hunting, in my opinion, for your experience that we're going to have here. So I want to kind of intro you. I know all of you know me. A lot of you really probably don't know Chris, unless you're in the Host Academy or even in the Mastermind. You get to see him at our live meetings. And the Mastermind, and he does make some guest appearances in our weekly coaching calls on the Host Academy. Chris has been with me for 5.5 years. Chris came to me from Orlando, Florida, and and this is really important for you to understand so you trust him, right? And at the time, he worked at a church for 6 years. He was a videographer. He was kind of a small event producer for the church. He would handle graphic design and, would work on when you go and you see the presentations, the stuff that the pastor's using is his PowerPoint, he's probably designing pamphlets, a lot of that stuff for the church. Chris did not know how to do Facebook ads. Chris did not know how to build funnels. Chris did not know how to write copy. Sometimes it's questionable if he still does, but thank you for Jasper.ai, which we'll get into our tools, and ChatGPT to make that easier. That's his weakest point today, is writing copy, right? But he now is an expert in building funnels and R systems and Kajabi and ClickFunnels. And he's ran all the back office for my Facebook ads probably since, I would say, you started, it's been 5.5 years. When did you start, Chris? In December of 16 or 17 or something like that?
17.
17. So probably since roughly the middle to probably the latter part of 2018, when I fired my traffic manager that was literally not making as much as Chris makes today, but it wasn't too far behind, and one of the worst hires I ever made, because Chris was better at driving traffic than he was, right? So he's run millions of dollars of Facebook ads built hundreds of funnels from literally companies that are $300 million companies down to what we're going to deliver to you today, which is a full funnel. And this is kind of what Chris and I talk about, the intro and setting the table. Setting the table for what's going to happen really today is going to be that full funnel is going to be the first thing that we're going to go over. And so he's going to use, I think you're going to use Sunset Point as the example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lake property that if you follow closely, you're familiar with. It's about 2.5 hours south of Nashville. It's an hour north of Birmingham, Alabama. There's some primary markets that I target when I'm marketing into that place. And you're going to see why we use lead pages. And go ahead and upload the tools, Chris. In the chat, Chris is going to upload. Hey, Veronica from Thompson Station. Heather from Nolansville. Heck, we got a bunch of neighbors here, Chris. They should have.
Veronica, you must be close to my parents.
Yeah, they should have just came in for and done this live. We should have had like 5 or 10 seats set up live for our Nashville friends. So Chris is uploading tools right now. If you check in the chat, these are tools that you're going to want. They're links to lead pages. Shortly here, I'm going to introduce you to, and actually I think that's probably tomorrow, is going to be a platform called Hero Post. And here's what becomes really important. I want to talk about the mindset. And we're going to go through things these next couple of days that work. And a lot of you are going to say, well, how come you're not talking about building out our Facebook business page for our property? Because it's a waste of time. And normally I would say it's a waste of bleep time, but I'm going to try to curb my enthusiasm here. I don't post to my Facebook pages ever. So when you see that we're running Facebook ads for Sunset Point at Smith Lake, you all are smart enough. You can go on Facebook and type in Sunset Point at Smith Lake, and you're going to see it was probably like Thanksgiving, maybe even October, that my wife posted our last post. And the only time we do it is when we're there, and it's literally like personal stuff for us, like when we're drinking wine around the fire pit, because nobody, even when they follow your page, they're not going to see your stuff. It's an absolute colossal waste of time to post to your Facebook, and nobody can prove me wrong. I will literally fight you to the death with Kenny Bedwell type data to show you that based on your time valuation, it's not worth it. Just like everybody today is jumping on the Instagram Reels bandwagon. Well, you know what? You're too late for that. That's already starting to subside. Where you should be is in Facebook Reels, and you should have been in Facebook Reels for the last 3 to 5 months, as opposed to Instagram, right? So if you're one that's good at using this little device here to shoot beautiful content that people actually would like on social media, I tell you to be in Facebook Reels more than Instagram Reels, right? It's easy to do both, but don't just dive into Instagram. TikTok's absolutely, I don't want to say it's worthless, but if you're going to create that type of content, then you definitely want to post it on all 3 platforms. And as I introduce you to heropost.io, that is hands down the best social media management platform that's going to save you a crap ton of time, which is the most important thing. That's the number one objection of why people do not get into doing social media, right? Is because it takes way too much time to create content and then to post every single day. Well, there's no reason for you to post every single day. And heropost.io is one of the only scheduling platforms that will allow you to like link into your bio. Like if you're posting something on Instagram or on TikTok and you want to put that little link in my bio because you want them to book or drive them to your sales page, then that will actually do it for you. And a lot of the others do not. The other reason that I'm sharing heropost.io with you is because they have a lifetime deal going on. For $197, you can buy the program for life. And that is pretty much unheard of. Most good social media platforms on the low end are $15 to $29 a month. On the high end, for the number of accounts that you guys will have, between $85 to $125 a month. So I'm a big fan of HeroPost. Check it out. You'll see the lead pages link. Every page that you're going to see that we have built out, they're all done in lead pages. Chris has the ability to build out a full-blown custom WordPress website for me. There's no question. But when Chris does that, Chris boxes himself in to receive the 99 Slack messages a day or phone calls or text messages from me. Hey, Chris, I need you to update this. I need you to change out that image. I want to add this text. Hey, we've got, this compression event coming up. I need you to add a page. Well, that's because I don't know how to code. I don't know how to do CSS. I don't know how to build web pages, let alone an entire website. I'm not a developer. Chris isn't a developer either, but he's learned how to develop, right? He's built that skill. So for me to own it, for me to be able to get something done immediately, and if you know me well enough, when I want something, I want it done now, I need to be self-sufficient to jump in and build a lead page, right? That's the primary reason why I personally have been using lead pages since around 2014, 15, I can't remember. We probably have, how many pages would you guess we have built in our system? Probably 500 to 1,000?
Yeah, easily thousands.
And it's going to make it easy for me to customize. So all the tools that we've selected for you today are based on time saving, ease of use, and cost. I mean, I could give you, I can't remember the name of the social media. We were just talking about Morgan, like when she was there, that we used at our marketing agency, Sprout Social. And I think I was spending like $1,800 a month for Sprout Social. I'm not going to show you that type of stuff because you don't need it. And that's something that is really important for me as a marketer, is one, that we don't waste time on channels or types of content that are not going to work. So one thing that most likely what Chris will show you how to do it, but like when we get into Facebook ads inside the funnel, the thing that typically produces the least is like a carousel ad versus a video ad. So we're going to let you know, don't run carousel ads unless you're just going to run a test against video or a standard still image, because they typically in our space convert at the lowest common denominator. So we want to maximize time. We want to maximize efficiency, but sometimes we have to give that up. And I'm sure there's somebody in the 100+ comments already that has said, don't use hero post. You got to post natively to Instagram and, Facebook. I haven't even looked at them, but I'm sure somebody's thinking that. Well, you know what? You're 100% correct. There's nothing better than posting to the platforms organically, but ain't nobody got time for that if you want to be really good, because you have to be consistent. So that's part of it, is we're going to dive into creating this plan. I need you to be honest with yourself, right? So a lot of us as investors aren't honest with ourselves when we get emotionally attached. Oh my God, I just found the dream property. I got to buy that. And you hear us talk about, like, especially with John Hodge on my super team, and we're talking about the financials, and people have a story before they show me the pro forma, the financial component. That's because you're trying to convince yourself that this is a good deal. So I want you to be honest when we're building out the plan, because I need you to be consistent and I need you to stick with this. If you're not honest, you say, oh, I can do everything that Bill and Chris taught me over the last 2 days, you will not be successful, because you're going to stop and you're going to get frustrated. And I don't have time for all of this stuff. So we're going to tell you what works and what doesn't work in each segment that we go through. You have to be the one that comes in and literally says, you know what? I can do this. So one of the reasons that you see me do video so much is because it's much easier for me than doing this. I hate this thing right here. It's called a keyboard. For those of you that actually use these every day, I suck at typing. I type like this. My mind is going 1,000,000 miles an hour and I can't keep up. And Chris knows when I type out an email and I send it to him in a Google Doc, and then he's got to run it through Grammarly, and then he's got to put it like through editpad.org, and he's got to do all these things. And I'm like, dude, send the email. He's like, it takes me like 45 minutes to edit your emails. That's why I default to video. So video for me is the easiest and fastest content. You can go and look at stories. I literally went to get the Lord's chicken, because we're going to be on here for 4 hours, about an hour ago, and I'm pulling out and I'm like, oh shit, we got like 45 minutes or an hour. So I literally at the stop sign shot a 10-second story to put into Instagram and Facebook. That's the easiest way for me to be able to create content. So I want you to figure out what's the easiest way. If you're scared to death and you've never done video, I don't want you to start now. Let's figure out what's going to be the easiest. Janelle, if you're watching, you might be way more comfortable and better off designing really cool stuff in Canva. you know, like those coloring books that you do for STRs. And that's the thing that should be really your focal point. It's going to be different for everybody. And that's what I think is really cool about all the stuff we're going. We're going to go over email marketing. We're going to go over the funnels that we're going to deliver to you. We're going to go over Facebook ads. We're going to go over how to build a marketing plan. We're going to go over how to schedule all this type of stuff. You get to create this on your own. So we know that you're going to have questions. We're going to answer them. Well, there's Janelle. Hey, Janelle, how are you? Hey, Eric Carrico. We're going to go like here. And here's Eric Carrico. So Eric Carrico is an OG mastermind member. I'm going to give it just this platform I see him on the most still to this day is like Clubhouse. But he's also on Twitter, which a lot of people are not on Twitter anymore. And, you know, Twitter's been virtually dead, at least in my mind, for like 3 to 5 years. I've had 9,000 followers on Twitter sitting there dead. I haven't even used Twitter for almost 5 years, but now I'm going to start to get back into it because of what Elon Musk is doing to the platform, right? Eric will concur as well. So I only put my effort into platforms that are working at that time, and they have this ebb and flow from, you know, Reels right now on Instagram. Well, really Reels on Instagram 6 months ago, they're still good, but Facebook Reels is where it's at right now. You will get more reach in Facebook Reels. I used to gain a lot of traction in Twitter. It slowed down. You know, we've had Vine, we've had all these other, I mean, here's one thing. If you're a great photographer, and we are not going to talk about this, specifically if you kind of have a soft touch, Pinterest has a lot of value. If you have a beautiful property, one of the things I'm doing in Montana, my wife is there right now. This is ad-libbed. I wasn't going to discuss this, but I don't do Pinterest. I've got Pinterest accounts. My wife is still all over Pinterest for designing and creating boards and that type of stuff. So she's literally curating, not creating anything, but she's curating all the free content that she can share about Glacier National Park, because there's so much of it, into Pinterest boards that'll be owned by our new property. Does that make sense? She has time. She has a passion for that. She's already in. That's something I would never touch to be able to do it. I'm also not creative enough for that. And she'll gain some traction on it. And the key there, in my opinion, is to do group boards to where other people can come in and collaborate. So when we have this really cool board that she owns, then she'll drop in. Like she posted this. Did you see the picture this morning, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
She literally walked outside
Gorgeous.
the back of our house to take a picture of her morning view, and a bald eagle flew through, right? So that would go on the Pinterest board. She just happened to catch it right in the image, luckily. And it's a great view. So that will also, when you do a group like that, you can put links to link back to your direct booking site. So there's a lot of value. I know mostly it's still a very heavily populated by females more than males. I don't know the percentages, but that is a great, unique way to be able to leverage social media. So Chris, you want to talk a little bit more about the tools that you just posted? Maybe post it again, since there's so many comments coming through in the chat.
Absolutely. So you hit the big one, lead pages, and we're going to dive way deep into lead pages, because I think to kind of summarize your intro a little bit, we're not just in these next 2 days going to talk about, okay, you should do this, you should do that. We're actually going to go through and like open up lead pages and build out a landing page. We're going to provide you a template, but we're also going to build it out. I'm going to provide you a Canva template where you can literally put video clips up into Canva and create a video as creative elements really, really easily. And I'll show you how easy that is to do inside of Canva. We're going to walk through and actually create the copy, the headlines, and everything for a Facebook ad today using ChatGPT and Jarvis, which are also in there. So lead pages is incredible for landing pages. If you haven't heard of ChatGPT, you're probably under a rock at this moment, because it's been all over the news and everything else, all the new AI stuff, especially with Microsoft's crazy that they've been having in their beta. But the ChatGPT is the shortcut for creating content. And I know that it gets a bad rap because people use it in a weird way, but being able to very, very quickly give it a little bit of information and have it create email, copy, posts, headlines, all these things very, very fast. I've seen them either. Let me try and switch it to everyone.
Oh, yeah, there you go. He just posted it for everyone. And Chris, before you go too deep down that Chat GPT thing, Eric Carrico posted a question that I do want to address, because I think this is a very, very great strategy that we don't have in our content for the next 2 days to discuss. And if you'll make a note, I'm going to discuss this next week. So every Thursday, those of you that have joined via the Host Academy, every Thursday is our weekly coaching call at 2 p.m. Eastern. Is that right? Yeah, 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. No,
3:30 p.m. Eastern.
3:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30. I'm the one that screws up the time. So 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern every Thursday. So Eric asked about Facebook groups. Facebook groups are a tremendous place to build out your community, right? I mean, you look at my big group, we have 25,000 or just under 25,000 people in that group. That is the fundamental place where I live, where you guys live. That's where we build the community. I have started Facebook groups in almost every market that I invest into for owners only. Because look, I'm the educational guy, so I want to help them become better hosts. So I'm active in those groups. I help them. And it's also where we can share, real conversation by keeping cleaners and management companies. And this is just for like self-managed and co-hosts to discuss that. But Eric, as an example, started a brand for himself. Instead of Eric Carrico, he's the Bourbon Sherpa. And I think that started on Clubhouse, if I remember correctly, Eric. And it's carried over into, he has, I think it's What's Happening on the Bourbon Trail, is his Facebook group and Facebook page. And that becomes, he's got 9,000 members in his Facebook group. What's Happening? He owns that. His properties, his investments are all up and down the Bourbon Trail, especially his, historical hotel that he's taken from a rundown commercial property and built an amazing property. And he's dialed in with the who's who in that industry now because he has educated and helped people through his group. So I don't want you to sleep on that. He has 9,000 active potential guests coming. Think about what that does from a referral standpoint. If he was to ask people or say, hey, I've got this really cool hotel. I've got 8 rooms available, for the Derby or Keeneland or whatever that is. So when you think about that stuff, leveraging a Facebook group can be very, very profound. I'll go way more in depth than that next Thursday on the Host Academy coaching call. But we've kind of set the table, Chris. We've gone through tools. Did you want to add anything to tools in regards to Canva or chat or anything? I know
I think we'll get into them much deeper as we go through and actually use them. I think that's probably the best way. It's kind of hard to, especially Jasper, just because of the way it works. It's much harder to explain what it does unless you actually show someone. And usually that's when the kind of light bulb goes off of like, holy crap, this tool is absolutely incredible. So as we go through, we'll make sure we highlight the tools that we're using during different parts and making sure we show all the features of those tools as we do it.
Right. And hey, Dee, Eric's in her mastermind group. You can see him in the mastermind group. Okay, so let's move on to creating a plan, right? This is, I mean, if you guys know me well enough that we have to have a plan for everything. So creating a marketing plan, it can be as overkill as you want it, or it can be very, very simple, right? And I think a lot of this has to do with your time and also access to your property. So, and I'm going to let Chris run through this, but I want you to understand as you're thinking about your plan, like one of the reasons that for the longest time, the majority of my content when I started this business was, I mean, even still, it's almost all Gulf Shores or my lake house, because that's the only place that I have proximity to get to on a consistent basis. I'm not going to be flying to Montana every 3 or 4 weeks, just to go shoot videos and take photos and that type of stuff. So that's one reason why hopefully nobody here, I know there's a lot of people in our group that have tried to hire marketing agencies to do your social media content. They can't. Period. They will suck at it. You will be wasting money. I promise you. Doesn't matter if they're $500 a month or $5,000 a month. Take it from a guy that had a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. The hardest part is to cost efficiently and time-wise create content in a place that you do not live in, right? So you're going to have to create your own content for that marketing agency, right? That's the hard part. So if you need to think about your proximity, and you're going to hear us use terms like batch. Batch is probably the most important word. I wish, and sometime in a break, I'll run. I don't even need to do it. When, like yesterday, we had a film shoot. We had not a film shoot, but a photo shoot.
Mhm.
And we had 6 guys and 1 female in this photo shoot. And surprisingly, Bill had more clothes than the female or anybody, probably all the other guys combined that flew in for this photo shoot, right? Because when Chris and I shoot photos and I have to be in them, or videos or reels or whatever that is, I literally have one of those like metal, garment things to hang up the 15 coats or the 10 changes of shirts or whatever that's going to be. Well, they can't do that. So you have to understand that you need to create original content. Your social media, Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you're using is not going to work with the 25 photos that you have of your home and your Airbnb listing. So you're going to have access, or somebody that has access that can create compelling content. And I am not great at creating content. I'm not a good photographer. I'm not a good videographer. So when we go to a property, my wife is the one that's creating the content, right? But once again, we're not posting that to our Facebook page, and we're only going to use that typically when we go, we're going to do ad content. When Chris and I went down to film the stuff that you're going to see in the example for my lake house, that was all set up to go down there. We were on the ground there for maybe 2 or 3 hours. I think we got drone footage. He videoed the inside of the house. We shot retargeting videos with myself on the deck and down by the dock and all those types of things. We're getting everything knocked out for a full ad campaign in one day. And that's called batching content. When I'm shooting reels that you guys will see on my Instagram account, I'm doing like 10 at a time. I'm not doing one every single day. So that'll be really critical as we build out this type of a plan. You definitely are going to need your property type, the location, and set a budget inside of your plan. That's kind of all just standardized. But here's the most important thing is you need to set the time allocation. And I'm not talking over the course of a month, by week and by day. Right off the bat, that's like the number 1 and 2 things that you need to determine. How much time a week are you going to put into your marketing? Once again, be honest with yourself. Don't bullshit yourself. And how much time can you allocate on a daily basis? And when I say daily, I'm not saying that you have to do this 7 days a week, but you can get everything posted for a week in one day using a platform like Hero Post in one day. The question becomes is how engaged are you going to be with people that comment, right? Because the worst thing you can do is invest time posting organically on the social media and then not reply. So I think that time component is very, very important. You want to jump in?
Yeah. So I think I want to kind of hammer home the unique content, because what usually happens is that people think, and the content people post are usually of the property. It's like, this is a bedroom, this is the living room, this is the kitchen. You're like, there should be elements of that, because you definitely want to show parts of the property. But in the end, most people, when they go to a vacation home or on a vacation, the property is a small component to a much bigger reason of why they're going there for a vacation. If you're going down to Gulf Shores, it isn't to stay at this property and stay inside the whole time. It's to be on the beach and have fun and do things if you're a family with a family. So understanding, this kind of goes into where we're going to go next, which is buyer persona.
But hey, Chris, it's the same if you're targeting, business travelers in Boston or New York too. I mean, you think about how you and I have traveled, and you've been all over the country with me. And it's okay, where's the best restaurants or the diners, drive-ins and dives type of stuff? Chris is like, where can I go get my walking in? Where's the hiking trails? All that type of stuff is really primary, and people are looking at that proximity, whether it's in vacation rental or it's in, downtown Atlanta, for that type of proximity.
Yep. And that's why the content has to be custom. That's why when people use stock stuff, we can go into Canva and I could look up, Gulf Shores or Glacier National Park or the Poconos or wherever I could get these stock images. That's the type of stuff that anybody can do. And that's the typical stuff you see. And it stands out as stock because it's not unique or custom to your buyer or even your property or your location. But the reality is, when you talk, and we'll get into this much more tomorrow when it comes to email marketing, because email probably highlights it way more than ads. Ads are a little more property centered, a little more kind of what you can do near the property centered, where a lot of email marketing leads itself to be help centered, as in here's things to do, here's other things around, here's other things you may want to know about coming to this area. And that's why email is probably much harder for people to get into. They're more afraid of it because I think you have to know your area extremely well to be able to do email well. But that the difference in the content of actually having, okay, these are my 5 favorite restaurants in the area. These are the places, and that's kind of the things you won't get with stock images of the hangout when it's absolutely packed. If you're going Gulf Shores, you're like, if you have teens, there's a good chance that's someplace you're going to go at some point in time while you're in Gulf Shores, because people absolutely love it. But having, probably not even finding a stock image, but having the ability to have an image like that is the unique kind of content you have to create. But it all goes back to, and I really want to go into this next, knowing who your buyer is. And we've talked about this a bunch in many different places, but
hold on. I want to give some context before you dive in.
Okay.
You guys hear the word avatar all the time, right? So they're like, okay, who is that we're trying to attract traveling nurses, or we're trying to attract people to vacation rentals that love the beach. That's not deep enough. Buyer persona was really coined by the founders of HubSpot. And a buyer persona is a fictional representation of your ideal customer, right? So Chris, get into it and talk about the whole thing when we would build those out. And you will, I know, their interests, their likes, and even the photo and the name, how important that is.
Yeah. So the goal is, if I'm talking to a person, I speak to a person completely differently if I know where they're from, who they are, a little bit about them, as opposed to someone I haven't even met yet, or have no information about, right? And so the goal is, the more you can know who you're speaking to, the better you can speak to them, because you have a little bit of background on them. If I didn't know Bill liked wine and was a professional golfer, like just those 2 things alone mean I can have a whole different conversation with Bill than I would if I knew nothing about him at all. And so you build out for each property, and some properties you may have multiples depending on seasons and times of the year, a buyer persona, which is you give them a name, Mom Mandy, and you start to build out the demographics of them. That's where we all start. And that's kind of where people stick to or get stuck, is they're like, okay, mom with younger kids, in her 40s, that lives in the Southeast because they're drive down to Gulf Shores, right? So they kind of get there and they get stuck. Or if we want to keep using Sunset Point as the property, in the greater Nashville, kind of northern Alabama area. And they kind of get there, they get stuck. Like, okay, those are demographics, and that's great. You can learn that by, who previously stayed with you, and a little bit of research into the common things to do in the area. But what you really want to get to is that next level. And here's the difference between, like, when you see companies advertise, like Coca-Cola. Now, you like using this example because it's people think, oh, at Coca-Cola, everyone drinks or should drink soda. And so Coca-Cola advertises to everyone. But if you look in the way they advertise, it doesn't work that way. And depending on where you're seeing the ad, depending on where they're showing it, depending on the type of audience who's participating, they change the ad drastically. And even parts of the country and or parts of the world, they change it even more so to speak to a specific person, because even though everyone could drink Coca-Cola, if they tried to advertise to everyone, they're not going to hit anyone. And that's usually what happens when people think of properties. They're like, well, everyone could potentially stay at my place. And you're like, well, yeah, but if you're not speaking to anyone, you're really speaking to no one. That's what happens. So the more you start to build out a buyer, moving into the next part, which I think people find hard, but actually when you start looking up or thinking about the person, as if I was speaking to a person, then the interests that they have kind of seeps out into it. So if you're going to a beach market and you're a family, then the interest of the mother, if that's who you're advertising to, starts to be very clear. You want the family activities, you want the things with the family time. They'd be interested in you
think about what stay-at-home mom does.
Right.
She cleans at home. She cooks. She takes care of the kids. She takes care of the husband. She's grocery shopping. if you don't stop and take a look, stay-at-home mom's like the hardest job ever. And it's 24/7. It never stops. So what does mom want? Right? So you got to look at how they live their life. So as stay-at-home mom's life is different in the super wealthy suburbs of Nashville, Tennessee, or Birmingham, Alabama, that are going to drive down to the highest end luxury property in Gulf Shores than it is for, rural mom out in the country. Or even if you go to Atlanta and somebody's living like right in the middle of Midtown in a high rise, it's different. So that's where the targeting becomes different, and even your messaging a little bit. And that's at the intermediate to advanced level. But at the end of the day, the remedial level to get started is just identify that, stay-at-home mom, married the mom is your buyer persona. It's mine. It's exactly who I target, right? And so then the second part of this is where do they live? Where do they come from? Right? So if you don't know the answers to these two questions, open up your PMS or open up Airbnb or Vrbo and just go back and scroll through your previous guests. Just go into your inbox and sort by past guest and look at just first thing you want to notice is it men or women. For me, it skews 70% roughly women. And this is how I figured it out. So then I go in and I look at where are my people coming from? I use OwnerRez, so I can go in and get this data relatively easy. And I've identified my top 5 markets. So where do you think I'm targeting for people to come and stay? It's in my top 5 markets. If you don't know that, that's okay. Chris can show you a tool that we also use, which is Google Trends, to really find that out. You can just go, anybody can go to trends.google.com, and he's going to type in Smith Lake, Alabama. And what I didn't know when I first started, you're going to see Mississippi. It's like literally Gulfport, Tupelo, Jackson. Those are places that I didn't really think people would be coming from. And you look at right here. Oh, it was on the previous screen. It was related. Oh, here you go. Perfect. Jackson, Memphis, Hattiesburg, Columbus, Tupelo. I had no idea. I was not marketing in the Mississippi. So now I'm actually targeting my 2 primary markets for this location, because it's 45 minutes north of Birmingham and 2.5 hours south of Nashville, are where I live in Williamson County, the wealthiest county in the state of Tennessee, and Hoover, Alabama, which is the wealthiest suburb of Birmingham. But I'm also going to target Memphis, and I'm going to target all the way down through Mississippi, because what I found when I identified this, I didn't know this until I actually looked at Google Trends. Then I went back and looked, where are people coming from? Like 21% of my guests are coming from Mississippi. Why? Because my property is at the second clearest lake in the South. They have mud lakes in Mississippi. No disrespect. They're just not as clean. That's why I talked to the guests. Why'd you decide to drive all the way over here? It's like 3 hours because the lake is so clear and beautiful. Oh, and your house was okay too. The house is always secondary.
Yep. And one real quick thing about trends, besides being able to find kind of where people are searching from. So if you haven't seen Google Trends before, basically it's as searches happen on Google, Google kind of plots them as where they're coming from, other related things that they're searching for, or other topics that are similar to it. And then you kind of get an idea of search traffic throughout the year. And this one, I think people, I've been hanging around high school too much. I was about to say that people sleep on it, but basically that means that people don't give it enough attention. Is you're gonna actually see, and these search results should very much mirror your kind of booking tendency as well. So if you look in certain parts of the year, especially when it gets colder, that you have dips that happen in it, and then you get certain high peaks of the kind of when the weather is the nicest. You have this weird kind of,
if you're using dynamic pricing, Chris, and you look at your occupancy and your pricing, this graph should really dictate very, very closely your rate structure. When you look there where Chris is at the peak and you look at June, July, this tells you everything. And this should correlate directly with, if you're tracking Rank Breeze, Price Labs, pacing and AirDNA, whatever you're using to look at it. Yep.
And so I switched real quick to Gulf Shores to show a different example of a graph that would have more people actually search on it. You can kind of see it peaks around was typically spring break time in the South, dips a little bit, and then kind of goes back up towards the summer, and then slowly dips down. You get the kind of winter, November, December, and then as people get ready for, next year in the spring break, you start to see it build back up again. So that's the same trends we see in bookings is this same kind of trend in people searching. But
and hold on, stay up there real quick, right? So just remember, you've got to, so Chris, come back over here to the peak on the left-hand side by February 27th. What date is that? So that's March 13th through the 19th. Is this, I want you to clarify for them, is this people going to Gulf Shores or is this people searching for Gulf Shores?
Searching. Searching.
That is very critical because then you have to correlate your booking lead time as well, right? So this is like when people are looking to book. So if Gulf Shores is 65 days out or 75 days out on your booking lead time, then you want to back up 65 to 70 days. And that's when the majority of those people are looking to book.
Yep. I was trying to see real quick through the questions.
Melissa, if you don't have enough traffic, then post in the group what city you're from and find out what is their buyer persona if you're in Broken Bow or, Joshua Tree or wherever, find somebody that's willing to say, hey, yeah, we do 65% of our guests are male under the age of 30 or whatever their date is going to be. Just that's what the great thing about these communities is. If you don't have it, you can either find it through places like this or just ask your fellow hosts in your market.
Yeah. I search for the city or the area. So basically, if someone was researching a property or a particular vacation spot, usually people start with something with the city, things to do in Gulf Shores, Alabama, beaches in Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's kind of the start. So I keep the core component of that, Gulf Shores. It can give me other related topics, obviously, because Hangout Fest is coming up. That's a huge one for it. And someone is searching, a bunch of people are searching for Motel 6 in Gulf Shores. I don't know why. That's kind of the thing for that. Didi. So there's lots to, like for this one, for example, obviously people can come from large chunks of the country, but you can see a heaviness in kind of the Southeast, specifically the, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri region of it. So even when there's people that come from lots of other places, it also depends on your market. So if you're a drive-in market, it'll be easier to narrow down specifically because obviously you have to be able to be within driving distance of it, for example. But if you're a fly-in market, then it's just, you have to understand, this goes back to the buyer persona, that your demographic may be in the wealthier parts of the country. Say if you're in like a ski market, for example, where people would be, especially in the Utah, Colorado area, where people would plan trips to go there for skiing, that wouldn't specifically be from any particular place, that you're more looking at the demographic or the buyer persona that, okay, who can afford to do a ski trip to Utah, for example, like Park City, during a certain time of the year. And you're like, well, it's going to be people that are on the wealthier side, that live in certain of the wealthier cities across the country, that kind of thing. That's how you kind of would narrow that down for that particular thing.
And I do think that one thing that people need to keep an eye on before you start targeting, if you're in, I can't remember what city Didi's in. Is it Crested Butte or wherever. Let's just say that it's Crested Butte. Put your city in, Didi. Keystone. So I would target literally cities, because you have a condo, Didi, with direct flights into Denver on Southwest Airlines. That would be like my first component, right? So after I go through my own data, if I see they're everywhere and I can't put any correlation together, I'm looking at Southwest. And here's why. If anybody's looked at flying between now and August, it is super expensive. Like the most expensive that I can ever remember, right? And I'm going to give you an example, Didi, wealthy clients and professionals. I get it. But when I was flying to Whitefish a month and a half ago, I'm paying $1,500 first class. Now I'm paying $1,700, $1,800 for economy. I just booked Chris and I's flights for something we'll be announcing in Whitefish in May. And it was like more expensive for economy tickets than first class was during the winter. So there's a psychological hurdle that we're going to have to get over. So I look at all of those I'm doing deep research when I'm going in and doing this stuff. Just like in going into a market, it's not just use STR insights and AirDNA to figure out the market. I want to figure out and do my own research. Where can I get a competitive advantage? So you want to go as deep as you can. So it's interesting when Chris shows Gulf Shores, Alabama, we see Mississippi, and we see all this stuff. That my number one city is Nashville, because I use buy-sell trade groups in this city quite often. My number two market, it's now Dallas. It used to be Indianapolis. So St. Louis was number one. Dallas is now number one. St. Louis is number two. Indianapolis is number three, and Chicago's number four. So when you think about that, though, and almost everybody drives in. Very rarely are guests flying in. Why is that? Because Gulf Shores is still just a private airport. It doesn't go public until March 9th. So there are no commercial flights to come into the market. So I think we're in a place now that we have to really consider, if we are a fly-in market, what are the markets that can get to us the easiest and most cost efficiently? And that's what I would be targeting. Because even if we have wealthy people coming to stay at our market, $1,500 economy airfare is expensive. And it's not cheap to fly into these ski markets or around these huge national parks during peak season. And this summer, we are set to have the highest airfares that we've probably seen in 20 years, maybe 25 years. So we have to factor that into our targeting when we're starting to drive traffic.
Yeah, and this is why, because we're in the creating the plan stage, right? But before you can really create a plan, you have to do the research to know who are you trying to reach. Because once you know who you're trying to reach, then you need to go to where that person is. And that's how you kind of build out the plan. So as Bill mentioned earlier, I mean, there's so many things. Facebook ads, you have LinkedIn ads, you have organic social on Facebook, you have Pinterest or other of the platforms, TikTok, Instagram, you have email marketing, which we'll dive way into tomorrow. So as you're trying to find out who, then you see, okay, well, where's that person? Are they primarily on a platform like Instagram? Are they primarily on Facebook? Are they more business, which means they're probably on LinkedIn more than anything else? And then you can start to understand how much time to spend. So where people get stuck is they try and think of, well, I want to reach everyone everywhere. Like I want to do a little bit of Instagram, a little bit of Facebook. I want to do organic social. I want to do email marketing. And like the reality is that you could probably honestly spend 40 hours a week and barely scratch the surface of the marketing efforts that you would want to have to be able to really make an impact. So you have to pick. This is where Bill talked about budgeting your time. How much time do you actually have? How much time are you willing to put to it a day? Is this 15 minutes a day? Is this an hour a day? Is this a couple hours a week? And then you can work your way back to say, okay, if I have 30 minutes a day, what's the most I can do to make the most impact? And that's probably honestly email marketing and Facebook ads. And then you can decide from there. But you have to know how much time you're willing to spend and then where your people are that you're trying to reach. And that helps you create the idea, the plan as far as, okay, these properties are the ones that are underperforming. For each of these properties, I have a buyer persona. For each of those buyer personas, I'm going to target on Facebook for this buyer persona, use email marketing for this buyer persona. And then you can really build out, now that you know, goes in the next step, which would be, how do I make a funnel for each of those people, each of those buyer personas, to be able to actually correctly market to them and then remarket to them through retargeting.
Agreed. So budget time. I'm just going to share one thing I always want you to remember. I would rather see you dominate one platform than try to do 3 average. Dominate a platform. So if you are a great writer, dominate email marketing. If you have a list. But one of the things that all of you should be doing right now, and please write this down if you're taking notes, I need to build my email list. Even if you have one, it needs to be bigger. It needs to be more targeted. I still think Arthur Coker needs to start sending me checks, the founder of StayFi. If you have at least a 3-bedroom property, it's like mandatory. You got to have StayFi as your router, so you can capture all the guest data as well. Some people have asked about lookalike lists and all that type of stuff. We'll get there in a few minutes. We're not to that point yet. Melissa asked, what's a buy sell trade group? A buy sell trade group is, or Sharon did, where you sell your son or daughter's, big wheel once they're done riding it, or when they grow out of bikes or shoes or whatever it is. And you want to do it in the markets that your guests live in, not in, so I don't post in Gulf Shores markets, buy sell trade groups, excuse me. I post in the Dallas and the St. Louis and the Indianapolis and the Chicago, those top 5 cities, same places that I'm going to post Facebook ads. And we're going to start the funnel, how to create a funnel here in just a second. So there's a thing, even like I want to prime this before Chris starts. I want to prime that market as well. So many times if I'm going to run Facebook ads, and so Chris, I think we're running Sunset Point Facebook ads in Nashville and Birmingham right now, right? In those 2 cities. So when I knew that he was going to turn those back on for that property for this, I went in and I posted in the buy sell trade groups. So that way people see the property through an organic post, or at least a percentage of them will. And I'm not talking like in one group. I think I'm in 13 groups in Birmingham, and I'm in like 15 to 20 here in Nashville, right? So I'm posting my property into those buy sell trade groups like the week ahead of time. And then I'll and this is part of the buy sell trade group strategy. So people will start commenting, and I know that Chris is going to deploy the ads. Let's just say this week, I posted last week. I'm not going to go in and comment on everybody's post. I'm going to save some of those comments to be able to go back in when Chris deploys those ads to drive my buy sell trade right back to the top. Does that make sense? So now I've got a free form of marketing happening in social media in those groups. And as you guys know, some of them have 3,000, some of them have 75,000 people in the group. But I'm timing my organic actions in conjunction with the ads so I can intertwine them together, the organic and also the paid traffic.
Yep. I want to hit some questions real quick before we kind of move into actually creating a funnel. Have you ever had pushback from guests on StayFi? And the question I would ask is, if you go to a Starbucks or a hotel.
No, hold on. Yeah, go down to fucking Starbucks if you don't like logging in at my house. It's the same thing. I mean, I don't stay in short-term rentals, just FYI. We'll get into that later. It's just due to lack of consistency. Most hosts suck, and I'm sick of staying in shitty, spending 20 grand for 3 days and getting a fucking shitty short-term rental. See, now I'm cussing, so I'll go off on a rant on this. I don't really care, honestly, because it is so accepted. It is so standard. I'm flying to Gulfport, Mississippi with my daughter for a soccer tournament this weekend, and I'm going to stay in a Spring Hill Suites. I'm a Marriott guy. And you know what both of us are going to have to do to get access to the Wi-Fi? We're going to have to plug in our email addresses. Here's the deal. If a parent's going to complain about, oh my God, my daughter can't get access to the Wi-Fi, well, then they're an idiot too. They don't know what they're doing, because my daughter will use one of my emails because I do want to keep her email private, right? So there's ways around things. And I think a lot of people make mountains out of molehills. I don't care. If a guest is unhappy because they have to put in their name, phone number, and email address into a StayFi landing page, then frankly, I would have no problem telling them, if that offends you, then I'm more than happy to give you a refund and you can go stay at the Holiday Inn, but you're going to have to do the exact same thing. I'm being very facetious. I would never say this shit to a guest, but it really irritates the fuck out of me when people think that way, to be honest with you, because it happens everywhere. So I'm not really worried about it. I handle it in a gracious way and just say, it's what you have to do to get access. We need to monitor the number of people that are on our connection. You're at the beach or you're at the lake. We don't have a full gig coming in. I think we've got that. I don't know if we have that in a template or not, but it's not, I've never had an issue. Let's put it that way. I don't think I've had one person complain.
Yep. How important is the buyer persona? Clients from all over. So
hold on. You will not be successful if you do not build out your buyer persona. You can target 3 max. And if you have 3, you've got 1 here, 2 here, and the 3rd one down here. There will be overlap in that Venn diagram in the middle, and that's what you want to focus on, right? None of us should be going after more than 3 buyer personas. And if you're doing that, you better have a large budget and triple the time. Figure out the most important buyer persona. You don't see me teaching you guys arbitrage. You don't see me doing funds and, going and building, tent, have a place with, a tent farm, I call them, like a safari farm with 1 million tents. I stay in my lane and I focus on what I'm doing, whether it's in my own portfolio, whether it's in this business, whether it's in any other business. The one thing that I've learned doing 27 startups is that when we try to chase money and chase people to be all things to everybody, we lose as the owners. I want you to be linearly focused, one buyer persona, just like dominating that one social media channel, build it out. It might be Business Travel Bill. It might be, the traveling nurse Tammy. It might be stay-at-home mom Mary, whatever that is. Build out one and get really fucking good at marketing to that person. I'd rather see you have one buyer persona. I don't care if you're in Chicago, Hawaii, and people fly from all over the world. Find one, right? One person. We know that people from Canada love going to Hawaii. So I'm trying, and I don't know, I don't own anything there, but I'm targeting like Vancouver Island, Whistler, that whole BC area of Canada. That's my one spot. Number 2 would be Las Vegas. Everywhere around Las Vegas, if I live in Hawaii. I don't even own there, but I know that based on how those people travel and where people from Hawaii go when they come to the mainlands, right? One buyer persona, start there, dominate that. Do email marketing, build your funnels, run Facebook ads, do social media for that one buyer persona. Once you knock it out of the park and you become the Hank Aaron of that one buyer persona, then add number 2. That's the real shit. You try to do 3 or 4 or 5, you're going to fail.
It's because I think that's why I'm going to show, we're going to walk through an example of creating the content, not just giving you guys a funnel and be like, here's some stuff. Because it changes so drastically. We're speaking to a couple, for example, if you were to go through your example, the language, the images, what you show and what you say is completely different than some young adults looking for a gathering or a family looking for a reunion. Those are 3 completely different landing pages with 3 completely different sets of images and 3 completely different sets of text. The video could be different. The primary image in the ad would be very different. Those are 3 completely different funnels. And that's why we're going to show you how to actually create one, so you understand from the beginning that the buyer persona is so much more than just, okay, it's going to be in a property. And that's where people get stuck when they talk about a property. It's this many, it's very factual. This many bedrooms, this many bathrooms, located this many steps from the beach. And here's the other things to do around it. It's all this like statistical information. And that's how they build out their listing. But you never speak to why a specific person should stay there. That's the difference that a buyer persona makes versus not having a buyer persona. So you can have multiple, as Bill said, but you really need to focus on the one, and preferably the one that makes you the most money. Let's be honest. We should focus on the people who make the big impact instead of the people that aren't making as much impact. And we're gonna try and get through questions. I just don't want to get us totally bogged down.
Agreed. I want to answer one real quick. It's Ryan, who I think it looks like Susan and Ryan were having a quick discussion about what to put on the least number of form fields is what you want to have. So first name, phone number, email address. Don't give a shit about their last name. First name, email address, phone number, because that also, 1, you can email market them and you can personalize it with the first name. 2, now you're going to have a really good chance of being able to get them into to build a lookalike list and target them on Facebook as well, right? You don't really need last name. So last name would help to find them in Facebook, but I think you're going to get a much higher conversion rate by eliminating last name. So 3 form fields versus 5 will increase your conversion by like 35%.
Absolutely. Okay, let's get into actually creating a funnel. So what even is a funnel, as we kind of get into that? And I think that when we toss around the word funnel, especially people who haven't done any marketing, they kind of get lost of like, well, what does that even mean? So I do this thing with my hands, right? And the reason I do it is because when you look at a funnel, the reason it's called a funnel is because the goal is to treat things like an actual funnel, right? I want to get as many people as possible at the very, very top to see what I want them to see. In this case, it would be an ad, because a percentage of those people are going to go to the next step in the funnel, which is to go to our landing page created specifically for that buyer I'm advertising to. Not just a website, not just a random link, not to your listings, to a specific landing page for that buyer, because a smaller percentage of those people are going to go down the next step in the funnel to actually look at rates or submit a quote. And then a smaller percentage of those are going to book. So like any funnel, the more people I get at top, the more people I get all the way at the bottom. That's the way a funnel works. And so and that's why we use things like Facebook ads at the very, very top, because for not a lot of money, I can get a whole lot of people to do the first step and actually see my ad. And then you kind of trickles down all the way down to the bottom of the funnel. Then the secret sauce, here's where people leave the funnel, is that people get to a certain place, like in the middle of the funnel, for example, and then they leave. They aren't interested, maybe your dates aren't open, and that's where they kind of leave it. And that's where the power of retargeting comes in. We'll get into that in a little bit, being able to show the people who visited your landing page a whole new ad, or a whole new kind of funnel built for them, or to retarget people who previously stayed with you and show them an ad on Facebook. There's lots and lots of things that you can do, but it all starts with a complete funnel of traffic source to where they're going, which is a landing page, and then actually retargeting the people that have visited that landing page and show them another ad to get them back into the funnel and keep repeating it over and over and over again.
And you can even integrate more than just like a Facebook ad for retargeting, right? So really funnels actually started with, email marketing. And then, because we were building funnels with email marketing long before Facebook ads were a thing.
And that's another, when you think of the core components of it's a traffic source to get people to go to a destination, and then they take an action or they get retargeted. That's the way a funnel progression works. And so if my traffic source is email, I want as many people as possible to see the email, because a certain amount of them will click and actually go to my page. A certain amount of them will book. If they don't book, then they should get retargeted in some way, shape, or form on the backside of it. And so with that in mind, we're not going to start at the traffic source. We're actually going to start at the destination, meaning the landing page. We're going to start working from there and then building out from it, because everything starts with knowing your buyer. Once you know your buyer, you can build a landing page. Once you have a landing page, you can build the Facebook ad to send them to that landing page. And once all that's created, you can then retarget those people that visit that landing page as you go through it. And I know the first question we're going to get, and the question we get all the time, and I'm so excited for the conference because I want to see you and my brain just completely lost his
Mark
name.
Simpson.
Mark Simpson, yes. I know you guys are going to go at it about the whole website versus landing page thing during the marketing workshop.
Okay, so I'll just put this to fucking bed real quick. I love Mark Simpson. He is a great dude, but he's trying to sell you websites. I mean, that's the only way that he can defend what he's doing. I get it. I've built over 1,500 myself. I would be in the same position that he's in. It's okay. But he has no data to be able to show that a website can out convert a sales page. Just type in website versus sales page conversion data, then add HubSpot on the back of it and see what type of data, comes up. It's like 3 to 5 times higher conversion rate, and it's easier and it's less expensive for you guys to be able to do. And if you click the link, Chris, drop it in one more time that we shared with you, you're going to get a 14-day free trial by using my link. Is this an affiliate link? Yeah, absolutely it is. So I make like 18 cents for anybody that signs up. But the free trial is what's critical in my opinion. So at least you can go in and check it out and see what happens. The other thing is it's fast, it's easy, and it's basically WordPress for dummies like me that, like I said earlier, that don't know how to code. The only reason that we use sales pages is because it converts 3 to 5 times. That's not the only reason, but it converts at 3 to 5 times the rate of a website. That's the biggest reason. And the second one is because I can build them fast and quickly, like literally 15 to 20 minutes. I can create a new page. And this is the Kiva vacation rentals page. This is what you don't want. This is my co-hosting business. And you see all these options. That's what's happening like within your website, especially if you have multiple properties like I do. The only time I ever send this link out to somebody is literally when they ask and they've stayed with me. They've a previous guest, can I see your other properties? Because we love staying with you and we would like to go to one of your other locations. And that doesn't happen that often, right? It happens some, probably 5 to 10 times a year, But at the end of the day, because it has a menu up top like this, it has multiple options, it just becomes way more challenging for the visitor to click and make a decision quickly. Now, go over to the lead page, Chris. There's one thing you notice. Well, hold on, stay up top. Notice there's no menu up here. That's like number one for a sales page. And then you see here where it says, hey, Nashville. Hey, Chris, aren't we also running ads into Birmingham?
Yep.
We are?
Yes, we are. But not with this landing page.
Can I see the other one?
Yeah, I think my menu is in the way. Hang on.
You got too many.
Oh, I can't see it's always the Zoom thing hides the stupid panel gets in the way.
You're on Canva. Okay,
Oh,
there's
there
the
we go.
Nashville page. All right, there we go. Here comes the Birmingham page. So just the simple component of changing Hey Nashville to Hey Birmingham will increase conversion rate. Just something that small. So now it's personalized to people that live in Nashville, personalized to people. They may not ever notice that. But you know what? There's the subliminal reaction from a marketing standpoint by having that type of customization. I can make that change by clicking the duplicate button and changing that one word in less than 15 seconds. So what you'll see is if we have these two pages side by side, pretty much everything else is the same. So you walk through here, it's got everything. This is the video that Chris shot. We've got images. We've got a call to action button that I can control the color of, which is absolutely critical. Now we get into the space. And once again, I can update this stuff very, very quickly. We show the amenities, and I can kind of build this out way better than a PMS page. Now I've got testimonials. I've got more features in the appointments, more photos. Now I can kind of walk through almost room by room. Can't do this on a PMS page. And if I want to move stuff around, literally don't do it, Chris, but you see, or I guess you could, all he has to do is drag and drop to move it around. So if you want to move the fire pit up to number 1, he could do that in like 5 seconds and just completely reorder. 99.9% of you watching this cannot do this with a full-blown WordPress website. And this right here, folks, stop, go back up, Chris. This is absolutely critical, in my opinion, from a personalization standpoint, that you are showcasing who you are as the host. And then if you scroll down, and they won't, I mean, this is the booking widget, right? Which if it was a live page, you're in lead pages right now. This is the Nashville page, exactly the same. And this is one of the advantages of using owner res, because they're booking right here on the site. They don't have to click the book now button and go to Huffy or go to Guesty or whatever platform it is. It's one line of code that I can copy, paste, drop it into lead pages or any web page. It'll work anywhere you have access to the HTML. You can use that on Squarespace or WordPress or Wix or any of them, as long as you have access.
Yep. So I know what, and we'll drop in a template. We're actually going to build one right now and kind of work through, because I think a lot of people get stuck on, they see all this, and yes, we're going to provide this specific template because it's already built out and super easy if you just wanted to customize and modify. But I really want to show you how easy it is using things like ChatGPT and Jasper to build out very, very quickly your own landing page from scratch. And so you're not stuck to kind of what we have or how we formatted stuff. And that's kind of the beauty of lead pages in general, is that I can actually just go into landing pages over here. I'm going to create a brand new one, and it's going to give me a whole bunch of different options. I'm kind of going to change it to maybe sales and see if there's one that I kind of like along the way.
But they won't even have to worry about this, Chris, because they're going to get our pre-built lead page.
Right. But I do want to show just how easy it is, because it's the real power of lead pages is the ability to take really anything, any of the pages that they have created, and then quickly be able to modify, add, edit a template and do things very, very quickly. And that's kind of a chance. I wanted to dig into that first chance to be able to use Jasper and ChatGPT to be able to write some content. I cannot spell. I always suck at typing when
Right.
we have a bunch
So
of
while
people
you're
on.
typing that in, let me just answer a million questions. Let me just give me a minute for questions.
Absolutely.
Lori, absolutely. I do this for every single property. Let's see, where was it? Can the lead page morph based on the avatar that's coming in? Veronica, 100%. Absolutely. Do you need to dress for your host picture to match the person? No, you don't need to. Just look nice and respectable. Carol, your advisors are wrong. What they've done is they haven't set it up. You don't own that property. You should not own any of your properties. That's a much deeper discussion. That's why I use STR Law Guys, because I don't have to worry about that stuff. I do not own any of my properties. And that's not a whole like anonymity thing. It's about the way that the setup is set up correctly. So you shouldn't have to worry about that. When you're showing you're the host, you concerned that they might want to target you to sue? Dee Dee, no, that's because I use Jeff Hampton and SDR Law Guys. I can sleep at night. I do not have to worry about that stuff. Can we have a link to this page so we can model after it? No, Susan, you're actually going to get, if you have a Lead Pages account, you will click one button and this page will actually get sucked in and uploaded into your account. So it's already built for you. Then you just save this as the master, and I'd retitle it like master or demo page, and you duplicate it and then start customizing. And then when you have that compression event comes in, you duplicate that and drop in Hangout Fest or Bonnaroo or Super Bowl or whatever and customize that. And then when you have property number 3, you just customize that for property number 3. That's the beauty of how easy this is to use, as Chris is going to show you now.
Yep. So
one more question, Eric Carrico, you don't need to suck this into your owner res. You are going to grab the embeddable booking widget link out of owner res and just drop it into your lead page.
Yep. So as we're going through, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of actually creating like landing pages deep, because one, lead pages, like any of the platforms we're going to talk about, the individual softwares are always the best place to go for training on how to use the individual software. So tomorrow when we get into things like MailChimp's the best place to go if you want to really know how to have a question about the way MailChimp works or templates or anything like that. They're the best ones to answer it because they make the software for MailChimp. Same thing for lead pages. Like their training for how to build lead pages is way better than anything I'll do because they write the software, they build it. But to give kind of a brief idea of the way lead pages works, it is basically row and column based, meaning that for any section, so this is called the hero, you can kind of highlight over it and it shows the hero. In it, it shows there's 2 rows. This is a row, that's a row. There in each row, there's 1 column in it. So as things scale, so the beautiful thing about lead pages is that everything's scalable. So if I previewed this template I'm playing with at the moment, that it'll show me this is the desktop version, but if I do a mobile version, obviously things change. And so you need to know how things look or who you're sending things to make those adjustments. Like this type is way too big. Looks okay on desktop, but on mobile, it's way too big. And so that's an easy adjustment. And that's kind of the beauty about lead pages is I can literally just highlight some text. I can change the text size down to a different text size. I can quickly center it if I didn't want it to be that way. Could hit enter, create a new break line. This button, it's not centered. Boom, I can make it centered. This image, if I wanted it up here, I can literally drag and drop it. I can edit it, swap it out for one of my images I have. All of our images, there we go. For one of our images we have, like the Sunset Point logo, drop it in. Now it's massive. I can go in and edit it and change its size, center it up. So you see how quickly you can go through and start modifying things. But here's where we're gonna get into some of the content. I kind of want to go through some of the cool things about lead pages and then get into using Jasper and ChatGPT to write some things very, very quickly. So the way I always think of lead pages is you kind of build out your structure. So if I was going to go through and plan some content, my goal is, and this is kind of how we built the Sunset Point one out, where I wanted to have the header, the headline, and use the image to basically be a full what's called above the fold, meaning when it loads basically the full image and nothing below it. And then as it goes, I wanted to hit a few things. I wanted to get the video in early, wanted to show just a photo of the house with a little bit of text. And then I wanted to build out specific sections of talking about the space, talking about the amenities, getting a review in, a little more about the space, get some images in. So each of these sections are just rows and columns with images and text just set up in different ways. And so you can actually, inside of lead pages like this template specifically, okay, it has this little text section, has a great spot that already has where you could put in a guest review, a spot that would have, it's already kind of set up for whatever you want. I don't want you to think that things are stuck the way they're stuck, because they're not. Anything you change, I can duplicate text, add 2 pieces of text on top of each other. I can duplicate images, put them next to each other, put them top to bottom next to each other. I can even, if I like a whole section, I can duplicate entire sections and it'll put them back to back. I can actually move inside the layout. I can actually move sections around. So if I wanted this one to be further down, I can just move it around, and there you go. I have a different section, a different spot. So it's incredible how quickly you can actually modify stuff. But I want to get into kind of the meat of, in the end, no matter how easy it is, you have to write. And one of the toughest parts about writing is actually kind of getting started. That's where ChatGPT comes in. So the goal of ChatGPT is to save me time. That's, in the end, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get as much written as quickly as possible, and for ChatGPT to give me the 90%, 95% of what I'm trying to get to in it. And so if you haven't heard of ChatGPT or kind of played with it a little bit, it's free. As you can see, I have the paid version because I don't want it to be locked out when I really need it, like right now. But the ChatGPT is basically an artificial intelligence that's learned a bunch of stuff, and then you have a conversation with it and do many things with it. And so I'm going to show some examples of what you can start with. But it's basically like having a conversation with a virtual assistant. That's kind of the way I always think about it. And that if I was going to talk to a virtual assistant and say, hey, could you write me a paragraph about this specific property or this specific type, and how would you write that? And it'll actually provide me some content here. So I'm actually going to tell it, write a paragraph for a short-term rental on lakefront on Smith Lake in Alabama, focusing on the lake and fun things to do with the family. I'm going to enter. And it's just going to start writing for me. You're saying, okay, well, what is it? No, well, I'm giving it enough information so that it can start to get an idea. I needed to know where this property is, Smith Lake, Alabama. I need to know that it's a short-term rental, so it has an idea of what it's writing to, and kind of focusing on what I want to write about. The lake, fun things to do around the lake. And then you can see how quickly it wrote a really great paragraph for me. And then I can start building out additional information. So if I kind of look through my Sunset Point here, that might be a great paragraph here. But if I want to talk about the space, I can have it write something similar as well. So if I went through, write a paragraph about the and finishes and I cannot spell today.
Someone asked where they can get ChatGPT. You can just go to this URL you see, chat.openai.com. It's free.
Correct. So it's also, so a key thing to remember with any of these artificial intelligences is it's learning as I go. So I don't have to tell it again that this is a short-term rental on Smith Lake, Alabama. It already knows that because this is in the same chat thread. And so I'm just able to continue to have a conversation with it. So write a paragraph about high-end finishes and gourmet kitchen. Then it's going to know, okay, we're talking about the same place. And so, and obviously it has no clue what kind of stove you have or what kind of anything you have, but it gives you at least a place to start. So the toughest part with any kind of writing, this will get even more so into emails tomorrow, is that if you start with a Google Doc and a blank page, that's one of the worst places to be, because you're just sitting here being like, well, what do I even say, or how do I even start? Where I can give it a little bit, and even if it gets things wrong, because it will, because it doesn't know the super specifics of your specific property, or even necessarily all the specifics of your location, it can get you 90% of the way there. If you need to change out, okay, it's not a gas stove, it doesn't have double ovens, you can change that. Okay, it's not granite, it's quartz, you can change that. Just those quick little things, but it gets you most of the way there very, very quickly, and you start building out. And again, I'm just kind of keep going down through our landing page here. And then I want to highlight coffee bar, waffle bar, and a hot tub. So I can go back into same thing, write a paragraph, highlighting the coffee bar. Oh, I cannot spell today. Waffle bar. It's going to be a weird combination. Fix my spelling.
So for those of you that are asking, ChatGPT or Jasper, they are complementary. And as we get deeper into this, we're going to show you how to use both of them. They serve two separate functions.
Yep.
Those of you that are asking about, can I send, lead page to my Airbnb listing? You can. I would recommend sending them to a direct. If you don't have a widget like OwnerRez, then I would send them to a direct booking site within your PMS, or to Huffy or something along those lines, as opposed to sending them to Airbnb or Vrbo. But I do believe in spending a small amount of money to send traffic to Airbnb and Vrbo. We'll talk about that a little bit more later.
Yep. And so as I'm starting to write, so these are lots of the kind of explanations of things about the property itself, right? And so I've kind of been focusing on just a little bit about the property, a little bit about the area, a little about, again, I'm not being specific as, okay, it has, 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and it's hitting some specifics I'm wanting to highlight, like, yes, it has a coffee bar, and yes, it has a waffle bar, and yes, it has a hot tub. I want to hit those things. I'm not saying them in that way. I'm trying to get it to begin to write for me. The coffee bar is a perfect way to start the day with a variety of premium coffee blends and tea options. The waffle bar is a unique and fun feature, allow guests to create their own delicious waffles with toppings ranging from whatever you actually would put here. I'm trying to explain things in a way that's speaking to a person. And ChatGPT is kind of the first step in that, because it's allowing me to write things very quickly. I'm just trying to get ideas out of my head of things I want to write. And what I'm trying to focus on, it isn't about the property as much as things related to the property. So the first one's a little about other things you can do in Smith at the property, because it's about Smith Lake, things to do with the family, a little bit about the property itself, a little about some of the amenities, and now I can get into paragraph about fun things to do on Smith Lake. So now I'm trying to get into, okay, I'm switching it for what's the reason someone's coming to the lake? Yes, they want to stay at the property and they want to be lakefront. That's a great choice. But are they interested in boating? Are they interested in fishing? What other things would you do? Swimming? What are some of the specific features? And the cool thing about ChatGPT is because it's learned a bunch of stuff. It has a limit. It's only learned up to, I never remember, it's either 21 or 22. So anything like created new from there, it wouldn't know. 21, thank you. But it still has a large foundation about a lot of different places, because that's what it's been taught on. So I'm going to get an idea of the area and other things to do, and then you can kind of add to it and go from there. So really quickly, as I'm kind of going through my landing page here, I'm wanting to hit some things about the property, generally things about the space itself, things about the amenities included in the space. Then we can get into some of the specifics, things to do in the area. And that's why lead pages are incredible, because one, your goal is to create a landing page for the property. Just start with one. And this is your base, your template, as Bill was kind of mentioning. Then the cool part from that is if I want to make variations of it, I can just duplicate this landing page and make one for that specific, because there's a certain festival or a certain fishing tournament that's happening on the lake. I can very quickly make something for it and build something easily that is then just duplicate, change out a few things, change out some text, make a whole new row or section that's highlighted about the specific thing, and then you're able to then target those people when you advertise to them. But the goal of ChatGPT is just to get you started, to get the writing process started. And as you can kind of see, it's actually doing a great job of things to do in the area, little things about the property, some other specifics. And I know we're going to scratch the surface here, and we're going to get deeper as we use it for actually creating ads and stuff like that. But now that I kind of have a general start, I'm going to kind of start building out what actually would be the content I would put on the landing page. So if I take this paragraph, for example, this is literally what I do constantly. I have these 3 tabs open: ChatGPT, Grammarly, and then Jasper.ai. I'll take a paragraph I wrote in ChatGPT and pop it into Grammarly, because no matter how good ChatGPT is, it is not as good as Grammarly is at fixing grammar. And then what I'm wanting to do is, as we learned at the mastermind meeting in Orlando, I want to sexy it up. And that's actually one of those words that we'll use as a descriptor. But basically, ChatGPT, for as good as it is writing expressional copy or copy for a person, it's not as good as Jasper is. So the difference between the artificial intelligences, and Jasper does have some capabilities that ChatGPT has as far as like chatting with a bot and having it write stuff. I don't think it's as good as ChatGPT is. And ChatGPT isn't as good as what we're about to do, which is improving content and making content that much better. And so I can take a paragraph and then literally I'm going to take a couple sentences here. I'm going to go into Jasper. I'm going to use my favorite tool, which is called the Content Improver. And literally all it is, you actually see I was using it for different stuff. All it is I put in a paragraph or a couple sentences, and then I give it a tone. And what Jasper's done is ChatGPT's learned just general knowledge, right? It's just learned information. So you can ask ChatGPT things like how to bake cookies to how to fix a computer. And it has general knowledge about all this stuff. Where Jasper, its learning model was all from copywriters or people who actually write professionally. And so when it creates things, it's much more human-based, as if a human wrote it. And so I can then take this paragraph I made in ChatGPT. I like bold a lot. Bold's a great tone of voice. And then I'm going to hit generate, and it's going to create me 3 versions of what I wrote, ChatGPT wrote, and change it a little bit. So we'll compare the two. This beautiful lakefront rental on Smith Lake in Alabama is the perfect destination for families looking to spend quality time together in a serene and picturesque setting. With the sparkling blue waters of the lake just steps away, guests can enjoy a wide range of water activities such as swimming, fishing, kayaking. Not a bad sentence whatsoever, but you can see very quickly how much Jasper improves things. So I'm gonna start at the bottom and cover a hidden gem and create unforgettable family memories at this beautiful lakefront rental on Smith Lake. Revel in the tranquility of the glistening blue waters where you can splash around to your heart's content. Catch some fish or explore by kayak with so many possibilities for fun-filled aquatic adventures. It'll be an adventure that that won't soon be forgotten. Helps if you read the whole freaking sentence. Smith Lake in Alabama is ideal backdrop for unforgettable family memories. Just steps away from shimmering blue waters, guests will find endless ways to get outdoors and enjoy quality time together, swim, fish, or kayak. They'll have to leave this blissful haven of tranquility. And top one, escape to Smith Lake in Alabama for an unforgettable getaway. Immerse yourself and your family in the tranquil beauty of this lakefront paradise. Crystal clear waters, just steps away. You can explore a world full of fun activities like swimming, fishing, kayaking, enjoy moments together amid jaw-dropping views that will leave lasting memories. So you see how very quickly you take a sentence or 2 sentences that are kind of more just, they're not bad by any means, and they're probably better than what I would have wrote, honestly, to begin with. And then it created these 3 versions of these 2 sentences that are much more speaking to the person and why they're actually wanting to go somewhere. So you can actually, it just improves what you write. And that's really the way we use the 2 in combination with each other. I use ChatGPT to write very quickly for me. And I use Jasper to improve what ChatGPT wrote or what I write and then take it to that next level. And the tone of voice can change things drastically. So we were joking in the mastermind about using sexy for at the last mastermind meeting as an option, but it does, and you just quickly see when it generates it, how different it'll create the same type of base content and just go to that next level. And so it's very quick. And that's the goal of everything we're talking about over these 2 days is we're trying to quickly go from, okay, I have nothing. I don't have a landing page. I don't have anything. Well, how can I quickly create the content for it? How can I make it even better? How can I make a landing page even better? How can I do all these things? Well, these are the tools that help you get there very, very fast. And literally we can just copy, paste, repeat over and over again, put that back into Grammarly, go to the next section of text, literally do the same thing over again. I'm going to copy, paste, and change it back to bold so it's not as crazy. Generate 3 more variations. I could take parts I like from some, parts I like for others, and just take bits and pieces and build out the content that would then go into my landing page. Now, ChatGPT isn't limited to paragraphs. That's what I've had it write so far. But I could have it create, right, 5 catchy headlines for the same property. So these are, if I was looking for the headline to put for my landing page example here, where we have, hey, Nashville, welcome to Smith Lake, and we have a little bit of where it's located. These could very quickly become that same type of headline or use them throughout parts and pieces. And the cool thing is that then you can even take things and run it back through Jasper as different ways to say things through the process. So there's lots of ways to kind of use the two in conjunction with each other as we're actually building out the landing page. But the goal by the end, that's why we gave you a template, because one, we want to save you some time. So you can just literally, the link I put in chat, and we'll follow up in the emails as well with all the links to everything. But you can literally suck this exact landing page right into, actually, I don't think it's this one. I think it's it was the one before this one, the Paradise Point, not the Sunset Point one. But suck it in, and then you can just start changing your text, moving stuff around, putting your images in, and all of that on the lead pages side is so incredibly simple. Just to, okay, I don't like this over here. I want 2 of these. I don't want them on top of each other. I want this one at the bottom of this one. I actually want an image in between the 2 of these. Well, what image? Let me just click it and upload one real quick. This image, because we're talking about this. I want to put that one in there. And so that's how quick and fast it is. And to speak to where Bill started, this, if I go back to, I don't know where I put Kiva at this point. Let me go back to it. If I want to make a change, this is a owner-res site. If I want to go into Sunset Point, the same property, and make any kind of real changes here, I'm super limited to what owner-res allows me to do within this template. And that's the difference between, besides just owner-res, but any of the WordPress design sites, and that's what most people build in when they build a direct booking site, it's in WordPress, is that in the end of the day, a WordPress site is a template with text around it. And no matter how good a template is designed, it is still a template that has rigid features to it. Meaning, if I wanted to, in WordPress, do something simple like, okay, I want this image, next to this text. My template doesn't have this kind of feature built. I may not physically be able to do something as simple as this, or do the reverse, have text on the left and an image on the right. So see how simple this was to create? Just boom, text or image and text, text and image. It's very possible, even if you wanted to do this on a WordPress site, that based on how the template was built, you may not be capable of doing certain things just on the way templates work inside of WordPress. That's also part of the reason we love it, because Bill can hop in here and literally do everything I'm doing, move images and text. In fact, the copy and everything, the way this one's built out, I think I provided you the template, and then you went in here and actually
I did
added
everything.
the images. Yeah. And I didn't have to touch it. And it's not like Bill's some massive coder. It's not like I'm some hardcore coder. I can probably do some tricky things that a lot of people can't do, but that's the point of landing pages. And the reason we like them so much is because you're able to build it. Lead pages.
Chris, can you show them how to get the code out of owner res and embed it onto a lead page? And while you're doing that, I just want to, as you're getting prepared, I just want to answer a couple of questions. There's been a few of you that have asked about websites versus lead pages for like a boutique hotel, or if you have multiple dwellings on a website. Hopefully everything that Chris has just showed you, the flexibility, the ease of use, and the speed is why you want to do this. You can still put a menu at the top, and you can have, you know, 6 different, you have a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms at your boutique hotel. You can max all of those out. You know, you don't need to show all 21 2 bedrooms if they're the same. If they're different, then you can just tie in other pages to it. So the sales page is designed at the core. A landing page is designed for conversion. We call them sales pages or landing pages. They don't have menus at the top. They don't have social media stuff. They don't have anything to distract away from the conversion. And there's what's called conversion rate optimization, testing button colors and all this different type of stuff. That's what we've done in these templates. They're already CRO'd for you, meaning they're conversion rate optimized when you look at that sunset point template. Could I make it prettier and have more sexiness, motion stuff flying in? And oh, here's the fire pit, boom, and it flies in. And then there's a Jurassic Park video game and it flies in. Yeah, but that takes away from the conversion. So there's difference in building a sexy, beautiful page versus building something that's going to convert at the highest rate. That's what's done with these sales pages. When you hire a web developer that does not have the marketing experience, that has never studied conversion rate optimization, they're just going to build you something that they think looks pretty. And honestly, it took me a while to get over and understand that pretty does not always make me the most money. Now I understand, and the mindset has completely shifted to where I want the highest conversion rate. This happened about 10 years ago, but prior to that, I was like all of you guys. I wanted to look the prettiest, and I want the stuff. Like when I was in the limo business, I had a picture of an airplane, and I want the car to roll in front of the private jet. Absolutely stupid today with what I know. We just don't know what we don't know. So conversion rate optimization, you can do multiple pages. You can put menus at the top with lead pages. And that's the way that I do it. So that way I can control it, just like that sunset page that you've seen. You do not connect lead pages to a PMS. This is how we get the booking widget from owner res into the lead page. Hospitables either completely rolled theirs out or testing it now. Guestie's working on one. If you don't have this capability in your PMS, you just need to have a book now button that takes you to Huffy as a free direct booking site, or takes you to your PMS booking page. So Chris is going to show you now. I see a ton of questions coming in. We'll get that. And the other thing is you don't need the pro plan. You just need the standard plan on lead pages. I think it's $37 a month.
Yep. So there's lots of widgets or different things you can use inside of lead pages. You can kind of see the building blocks are mostly text, images. You can do videos, buttons, that type of thing, spaces. But one of the best ones is the ability to put any kind of custom HTML you want. So in owner res, if I go into my settings, I would go down to my widget section up here. And so basically a widget in owner res, there's different types of widgets, but one is a booking inquiry widget. In owner res, there's 2 steps. First step is I am creating what the widget is. So for example, it's a book now inquiry widget, and I'm telling it what I want it to have. Show all the properties, just one property. Show children, show pets, all the different parts that build out what the widget looks like. Once that's done, I have the ability to, for this widget, you can see I named this one the lead pages widget. And then I can pick a specific property because it doesn't show all of them, it only shows one. So I can pick, in this case, Sunset Point, and it gives me this piece of code that I copy. And then inside of lead pages, you can see it's already in here. I'll delete it for a second and then paste it in again, hit save, and then update this. And then now this code or that booking widget is on this page of the site. Super, super easy. It's one of the reasons we like to use OwnerRez for this, because the booking widget is incredibly powerful as far as how I can customize it or customize the kind of look and feel of it, but also where I can put it. So it kind of gives me the preview of what it looks like here, or I can even get a full just link to it if I didn't have a whole site built out or even a landing page built out. But it's just a simple piece of code that you can put in. So any PMS that has a widget, I know a lot of them are working on them, a lot of them have them, then the widget is what connects the page they go to with your PMS. That's how, if I go back to this full page, if I put in dates, this is how this price comes from, because this is from OwnerRez. That's also why the availability it can see is because this is from OwnerRez. And then if I hit book now, it would actually go through the full OwnerRez process of credit card information connected to our Stripe account, because that's in OwnerRez. It would put them into the OwnerRez system as far as getting the rental agreement, asking for insurance, all the stuff that OwnerRez does for any direct booking. It goes to the same thing. It's just a widget on a page I control instead of on OwnerRez's site. I know I saw a few people ask about URLs. You can see ours for this is I actually built a subdomain off of keyvacationrentals.com where all the landing pages exist. So anything stayed at keyvacationrentals.com / and I have control of what's in this back half of Sunset Point, Smith Lake, Nashville, Sunset Point, Smith Lake in general, Sunset Point, Smith Lake for Birmingham. I have control of what this URL backend is because I created a subdomain to be able to do that. Reason is, I think I saw earlier, some people asked, do you have a URL per property? And the reason we don't do that is, one, there are limitations as far as lead pages for how many URLs you can connect without charging more money. And so this was the easiest way, honestly, around it. Plus, there's no real advantage because most times URLs, and we talked about this on the Host Academy before, I believe, because there's so many URLs aren't specific enough that you end up with a super long, like Dragonfly at Gulf Shores AL.
Yeah, I
like
can't
that.
buy dragonfly.com.
Right. And so you end up with a super long domain anyways. URLs, typically the benefit of having one that's like that would be if I'm telling a person in like speech, I'm like, hey, Bill, yeah, just go to dragonfly at gulfshoresal.com and you can book right there, right? That's easy for me to say to a person, but if I'm sending them a link anyways, then the URL honestly doesn't fully matter, doesn't matter really in the advertising. Because all they're seeing is the button anyways on Facebook. But we found that creating a subdomain keeps it much easier because then I can create all the ones for all the properties we both own and manage can stay in one spot and kind of live together.
Here's the other reason too. A lot of people, and go back to the full screen, stop sharing screen just for a second. A lot of you are going to say, if you know anything about, or you think you know anything about SEO, well, you can't optimize that way for your property to get to the top #1 page on Google for search engine optimization. You are 100% correct. As a former SEO that's done it for 12 years, none of you have enough time or skill set. I shouldn't even say skill set, really just time to learn the skill set on how to really do search engine optimization to create any value to be able to compete with Airbnb, Vrbo, Vacasa, Evolve, all the other stuff that they're local property management companies, everything that's in that area. So I don't even worry about SEO at all. Zero, because I know I can drive better results faster by direct response marketing than search engine optimization. And unless you do SEO for a living, in my opinion, that should be zero concern. for you. And I know not a lot, but some of you are thinking about search engine optimization. That's the one thing I don't think any of you should invest into unless you have like a 20 to 50 or 60 or 70 room boutique hotel. Then you want to invest into search engine optimization. But when you have one $500,000 property or 6 that are inside of a portfolio, not worth it, in my opinion. So remember, I was going to tell you the things that you shouldn't be wasting your time and your money on either. So that's why I don't care that my owned portfolios are on Kiva Vacation Rentals because it just makes it easier. It stays inside that account as Chris was talking about.
And this is actually, I know we talked about this in other times, but that's also part of the reason that naming of properties and creating the brand, quote unquote, for individual properties is so important, because that can naturally help you SEO wise. So if you like Google Dragonfly at Gulf Shores, the Kiva site for Dragonfly would pop up first, because that specific long tail keyword doesn't exist anywhere else in Gulf Shores. There's nothing to compete against it. So that's why it's at the very, very top. So if you named your property like Beach Vibes or something like that, and it's in Gulf Shores, well, no one's ever, even if you Google Beach Vibes in Gulf Shores, you will never win that SEO battle, because there's too much crap competing with you for those specific keywords, no matter how good you write or how much you write for blog wise or content wise to try and get it up in the search results. You just will. And so keeping all that in mind, when you go through the naming and branding process, we've even touched on that.
Chris, will you drop the links again? Everybody's asking about the links, and then Chris will send those out in the email to you as well when we're done with this, right? You'll have the links. Don't worry about that, but he's going to drop them into the chat again. He just did. So that way you have access to everything. Someone asked earlier, Chris, if they should have a logo for each property. And I want to address that real quick, because this is part of the marketing, and they saw the Sunset Point logo. They probably see my Dragonfly logo, my Elk Lodge logo. I do logos for every property. Chris is about 2 houses behind on my logos, so I'm going to have to go. So if Chris can't get it done, I've got a new guy on my team, so I'll probably have him take a crack at it. If not, then what I'll do is I'll go to 99designs.com to get my logos done. And the reason I like 99 Designs is I get multiple perspectives, multiple people working on my project, as opposed to like one guy at Fiverr. I don't think you need to have a logo for every property. It's going to be dependent upon how you're going to use it. I am a big brand builder. I do believe you need to name your properties. And this is a marketing tip that's not in our agenda, so pay close attention. And just FYI, it's 1:50 or 2:50 Eastern. At 3 o'clock Eastern, we're going to take a 5-minute break so you guys can get coffee. Chris can go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. We're just going to take a really super quick 3 to 5 minute break so we can refresh for the next 2 hours that we'll be here. But I do want to talk about this a little bit. And this is something that Mark Simpson and I have discussed. We are going to talk about in our workshop prior to the STR Wealth Conference. And I'm just going to give you the Cliff Notes version. Every one of your properties should have a name. It needs to have a brand name, and it can be anything that you want. And here is what's important, is that even these pages, as Chris builds them, I just shouldn't say as Chris builds them, Chris does the URLs. And if you go back to one of those pages, Chris, and if you can show them, the brand name of the property is in what's called the URL extension. So it might be stay.kivavacationrentals.com, but then it's /Sunset Point or /Dragonfly or /Easy Breezy, whatever the property is, right? And you can see that right up there. Chris, can you kind of highlight that so they can see it? So when you have Sunset Point, it's probably not going to show up, but it says Sunset Point at Smith Lake. So if I put Sunset Point at Smith Lake in my listings on Airbnb and VRBO, underneath some of my images, and most importantly, like in the very first sentence, then the smart guest, Sunset Point at Smith Lake. Hey, you know what? Let me see if I can literally Google that and find their website or sales page to be able to go and book direct. That is very important, and why you do need to at least have a brand name. You don't necessarily need to have a logo for that, but you need to use your brand name and put it into your OTAs. Now, here's the advanced version. If you know how to run Google Ads, literally run a $5 a day budget, $5 a day, protecting your brand name. So Sunset Point at Smith Lake, Sunset Point, Smith Lake, Smith Lake, Sunset Point Vacation Rentals, Sunset Point Lakefront Home at Smith Lake. Those are like 5 or 6 long-tailed keyword terms that I would be targeting at $5 a day with Google Ads. That way people will find that when they're looking, when they know the name of the property. The thing that's funny about it is, even though you're spending $5 a day in your budget, you're probably going to spend $1 to $2 a day. That's how you protect your brand, and you can, the savvy guests can book direct with you to where you acquire them immediately. We'll go more in depth in that in Nashville, but that is something that I did want to share with you guys before, because we're going to move on to the next segment, right?
Yep.
After lead pages. Let's take a few questions, Chris, and then we'll just take our break a few minutes early.
Yeah, here, let me hit real quick, because I know that we're talking about lead pages as far as landing pages specifically, but there is a feature of lead pages. There's lots of features of lead pages besides just landing pages. I want to share real quick two or a few of those other ones. One is sites. So you can see we kind of have STRnomics, STR Unfiltered. By the way, if you don't listen to both of those podcasts, you should totally do that. But both of those are actually lead pages sites. So I'll do STR Unfiltered for example. So you get all the full features of lead pages, meaning everything's drag and drop and just as easy, but it has a navigation up top where, so you could actually build out, if you did have a smaller, boutique hotel or, multiple of a similar type in a building, for example, then this might be a more, an easier way to build that out, where you could actually have some of the multiple configurations in one spot instead of having multiple landing pages linked together. But you can also do it that way as well. You could have a lead page that has all the different places they can go and make it look really, really nice. That's one of the features I wanted to highlight. You can build out multi-page sites and lead pages as well, and still get all the features and functionality of a normal landing page. Just you can connect multiple pages together. And then conversion tools, I don't want to get too much into this, but some of my favorites are honestly these alert bars and pop-ups. I know that sounds super scammy, but the reality is that I can create like you can see I had one here for the STR Wealth Conference Super Early Bird. And basically it's just a piece of code that lives at the top of the site. And so the rest of the site's below it, but then as I scroll, this little piece of code would stay up here. So you could highlight, summer bookings are now open, or highlight something you wanted to highlight specifically, and then have this link jump down to the booking widget area. Pop-ups work the same way. You could have an exit intent pop-up. A lot of people use it, and I would not do this, like, hey, sign up for our newsletter or something stupid like that pop-up. But to have some type of exit intent, meaning their mouse starts to move towards the exit, you could have it pop up something in there. We don't want you to miss out. Dates are closing quick. Any kind of those urgency calls to action usually work really well in those. So I want to share those real quick before we get to some questions and then take a quick break.
All right. So about 4 of you have asked about STR Wealth Conference tickets and a discount code. We're sold out. We've been sold out for over a month, unfortunately. You can go to strwealthcon.com and add your name to the wait list. And there are tickets floating around in our big Facebook group, the Build Short-Term Rental Wealth Facebook group, for sale once in a while, but that's coming to an end in about a week and a half. If you do not have a PMS to where you can take the widget like an owner res and hospitable and soon to be guesty and put it right on the lead page or your direct booking site, if it's WordPress, Wix, whatever, that's the best option. There's always good, better, best. The next best option is to send them, if you have a PMS, to that direct booking site that they provide for you. So you just put a book now button on your lead page and then put a link behind it, and that'll, when they click on it, that'll take them to your PMS direct booking page. The next option is to go to Huffy, HOUFY.com. Chris, will you put that in the chat? Huffy.com. And that will, you can build a free direct booking website there. It's not that great. It's like the direct booking sites. And if you remember what Chris was showing you on the Kiva side, it's basically like an image at the top and it's all text. Or if you look at the sales page that we built for you as an example, that is literally very image heavy because that's what sells our properties, right? So it's like image description, and the video, which, you know, that's a 5-minute, I think it's almost a 5-minute video. It's a long video. I mean, you should click through to that and show, can you share the link to that page so they can see it?
Yeah.
So the next thing that people have been asking about, Chris, is how do I get that page into how do I get access to the page example that we built for them? Well, one, you need to have a Lead Pages account. And when you have that, inside of those links that Chris has shared in the chat, and he'll send it out via email after we get done today, you just click on the link and it'll suck into your Lead Pages account to where you will have the template already built in your account. If you don't have a Lead Pages account, you need to take this link that Chris has shared, and you're going to need somebody to just replicate this page and redesign it for you in whatever platform, you know, you want them to design it in, if that makes sense.
I can actually show you. I click the link in the chat. I'm logged into Lead Pages right now. This is what pops up. Hey, Bill Faith has shared a landing page with you. I had to agree and then continue to it. And then it pulled in basically the first version we had. Obviously the sunset point, the new one is modified from this version. I can include that one as well. I can make it a template and email it to you guys, but it's really ready for me to load in. And I just use this landing page and it will suck it right into our Lead Pages account. And it'll ask me for a title along the way and then open up the editor for me to start editing. Includes images and everything, text, all the stuff already included in it. And that's why we like Lead Pages for stuff like this, because literally I clicked it, I hit OK, and then boom, it's in my Lead Pages ready for me to start to edit and modify and deploy.
And a lot of you have asked if, you know, we have beach templates. If you're here, if you are a Host Academy member, and a lot of you join the Host Academy instead of just buying this train or this boot camp, then you will have access to beach, to mountain, to ski, to urban. We built out kind of all those different types of funnels and lead pages for you, to where you can get access to those as a Host Academy member. Let's see some of the other questions. You see some of the other questions. So Heidi Campbell asked, Bill, how do I track that the lead page is working better than the WordPress website? I mean, that's all going to be all through like Google Analytics. And if you know how to use that stuff tied in. It's one of the things that's awesome about OwnerRez is, you know, they have an API integration with Google. They have an API integration with Facebook. So you can definitely get stronger data with them than some of the other platforms that do not have a direct API. Asking for, what does that say? Chris, would you convert the WordPress site to a lead page site? Asking for a friend. No, that's not something that we do. But you could get that done with somebody on Fiverr relatively quick and cost efficiently. Kelly Buffington. So having a direct site is considered a must. Am I hearing that right? Not relying solely on Airbnb and Vrbo? 100%. So I'm not as big of a thing like Mark Simpson, you know, who's really on this whole direct booking, you know, kind of kick to where everything has to go to direct booking. When we come back in the next 2 hours, we're going to show you the copy, the creative, the Facebook ad side of the funnel. I believe that you should be spending, if you're spending $1 a day, $1 a day, and you're going to need to spend more than that, but let's just say $10 a day. That's $300 a month. That's a pretty significant ad budget, right? So if you're spending $10 a day, I would be spending probably $2 a day of that $10 budget to drive traffic to my Airbnb site. And people ask, well, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you drive them to direct booking? That's going to help me with my rankings tremendously. One of the reasons almost all but like one of my properties is on the first or second page is because I do drive traffic to that site, to Airbnb. I don't do it to Vrbo much anymore, except for my mountain properties that do more Vrbo than Airbnb. Then the extra $8 is going to go to the property or properties. And if I'm spending $8, I'm going to put $5 into the primary ads and like $3 into the retargeting ads. And we'll talk more about that. So the same breakdown, whether it's $1 a day, $3 a day, $5 a day, $10 or 25, dollars a day. And one of the big things that I'll share with you is if you're going to spend $1 a day on advertising, 75% goes to your primary ad, 25% always has to go to retargeting. So if you're not going to take the time to set up retargeting ads, just don't do it. And it's not even like retargeting. Like some of you have joined my Build Short-Term Rental Wealth Facebook group because you've seen the ads that are run on Facebook with me and my wife holding a sign that says join our group. All of that now is retargeting off of, hitting one of our sales pages or going to our website, right, Chris?
Mhm.
There are no direct ads that are being ran for that anymore. It's just retargeting. So when we come back, we'll get into, what are we diving into next, Chris? Are we going into
Actually into Facebook ads, kind of the big idea, and then actually dive into creating an ad very quickly.
Cool. So
By that, I mean like over the next 2 hours.
right. So let's just take a super quick break, like 3 to 4 minutes, refill your coffee, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do. We'll come back and we'll get restarted. We're not logging out or anything like that. We're just going to take a super quick 5-minute break. Hmm. All right, we're
Make a
back.
noise.
That was
Oh,
very short 5 minutes. What
ooh,
happened?
it made a noise. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, sorry, very, very short 5 minutes. Hey, Chris, do you know, can you get them the chat notes? Is that possible? A lot of people are asking about that.
Yes, I should be able to. It should save it after. I mean, it will be whatever's in general. If you have private chats, I don't think that comes over. But yeah, I should be able to include that for it. And then I think, actually, I doubt my Otter came in. That's sad. I can run it through Otter as well, though, if we wanted to create a summary thing.
Are you okay? Yeah, that would actually be cool. Awesome. All right, let's keep moving on. What's the next step?
Next step, we are going to actually get into the Facebook side. So kind of like with lead pages where we're showing some of the tools as we go, I'm going to do the same thing with Canva, ChatGPT, and Jasper. Before we get into that, I really want to talk a little bit about kind of the structure of Facebook and where people make the mistake when they get started and then actually go into creating an ad. So as a Facebook user, and you've probably seen this if you have pages, you could boost a post, right? And a lot of people are like, well, I can boost a post that's running an ad. And you're like, technically it is, but you're not running it to its full potential. So the power of Facebook advertising is all of the interests and things it learns about us. So for those of you who haven't dug into the world, basically everything we do, both on and off platform, Facebook can learn and track. And obviously some people turn the off platform marketing off recently, which is why Facebook's been having a hissy fit lately. But it tracks where you visit, what you like, what you don't like, what you post about, pages you like and comment on, the things you say, the things you post, the things your friends post that you share. It learns all the stuff about you. And then including the off-platform stuff, meaning websites you visit that have pixels on them, things that you share in other places, the things on Instagram that you like, because Instagram's owned by Facebook. It's collecting all this information about us. And then using that, it's able to then know our demographics, where we live, how old we are, our age, all the information we share with Facebook, like here's my birthday, and if I'm married or not, if I have kids or not, all those things. But more importantly, it's able to create those interests, like Chris is interested in photography and outdoor activities and all this stuff. You can actually request from Facebook a complete file of everything they have on you, which is super creepy, by the way, if you ever do that. But it learns all this stuff. So using that, that's where we're going to use all those interests, all that ability to then target people and advertise to them. But it all starts with creating a business manager. And this is where people that skip this step and they get themselves in trouble later. So I have the ability, I'm going to share my screen. If I actually, I'm going to move my notes to my right screen, so I keep me on track. I'm going to share my left screen. I have the ability on Facebook to advertise as me as an individual, meaning Chris Wharton. And that is not something I ever want to do. And so I'm going to pull that up real quick so I can show you what that looks like. Boom, I am all the way at the bottom. There we go. So you can see I have a bunch of old stuff from when I was doing stuff for the church world that was running. I have one thing that does run only because I can't do it any other way. It's just the way their stuff's set up, which is funny. I don't know if you knew that Dolphin's stuff is still running their Suffer Recruiting Kit campaign.
That we're still running that.
We are still running it for him.
Send him an invoice.
So this is me personally, as in is Chris Wharton. You don't want to run ads this way because it's linked directly to me as a person, meaning my actual Facebook profile. So for example, if you see this a lot in different places, if you click one of those stupid links or someone DMs you or accidentally click something in the wrong spot and someone hijacks your Facebook account, they have direct access to this because this is connected to me as an individual and not just me as a business. Anything with a business, I can separate, meaning I can control. So if something happened to Bill's account, for example, and it's in the business, I can actually separate him from our business and limit the damage that they're able to do if he got hacked, for example. Or if I wanted to give Bill access or we hire a new employee, I want to give them access to run ads. As a business, I can do that. So it all starts with going to, I need to hide this stupid thing again. Where's the hide button? hide the meeting controls. I'll start creating a business account. The way I always think of this is that this is your overarching things. Like for us, our business accounts actually inbound marketing agents, because it's from way back when we were the marketing agency. It's the umbrella that holds everything else. People, you don't need multiple business accounts, you need one. Under it, you'll actually create all of the assets that are for your Facebook advertising, all your Facebook pages, your ad accounts, your pixels, everything lives under your umbrella business account. So name it something just more general, but it can be seen by people. So you want to name it something that's worthwhile. And so if you had a property management company, that's kind of why I usually tell people, name it. That's like, if we did this again, it would probably actually be, it'd be Build STR Wealth, but name it something more general, because all the other things are going to go under it. So if you haven't created one yet, go to, you can kind of get an idea if you already have one or not. Where's the chat at? Chat, there we go. Go to business.facebook.com/overview, and that'll help you create an account. And then for us, if I actually just go to business.facebook.com, it'll log me into the back end of one of the businesses all the way. And so you're creating a business account, and it allows you some different tools as an individual. One, I can upload custom lists. As an individual, I can't do that. Meaning, if I have an email list to be able to advertise to them, or to create a lookalike list, I have to have a business account to be able to do those things. And pixels exist in the business account. Everything's just easier inside the business account. Most importantly, it has.
Hey, Chris, I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Go ahead.
I apologize, but I see a lot of conversation and stuff in the chat between like Ben and Joshua and all these guys. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands. You don't have to use lead pages for this. Go back to the regular screen. So before we get too deep into Facebook, I just want to give you some clarifying comments on the overarching strategy, and I think it was Joshua that said it, that I'm trying to communicate to you, is that you will have a much higher conversion rate with a sales page as opposed to this massive website with 4, 5, 6, 10, or 25 pages on it. So if you're going to pay to have traffic, or you're going to invest your precious time to send traffic someplace, I want you to send it to a sales page that is designed with conversion rate optimization already done to it. There is no question, as I see people talking about Wix and Elementor and WordPress and all that type of stuff. Elementor is great, but it is not as easy as using lead pages. So remember, all the way back to the very beginning, when we talked about we're going to deliver you the platform so 99% of you can use it and do it quickly and learn it and not have this massive learning curve. Can I learn how to do WordPress, Chris? Yes, yeah. I can, but it's going to take me hours upon hours. And I'm not talking 2 to 5, probably 50 to 100 to be a 10th as good as Chris at using WordPress and Elementor. And Joshua brings up a great point. Even if you can do the drag and drop with Elementor inside WordPress, you have to set up all of your traffic conversions and analytics and everything behind it. Whereas something like Lead Pages has this already done. So what I'm trying to do is eliminate every freaking excuse that you guys have. I have them too. Every molehill that we turn into a mountain by giving you a platform like Lead Pages. There's also Unbounce and other platforms like this as well that you can use that are almost identical to where you don't have to rely on anybody else or any of that other type of stuff. I just want to make it dead simple and easy. Plus, a lot of you have sent messages, private and public, to, well, Chris and I build out the pages for you. We've already built the full funnels. You guys are getting this funnel today. You're getting the lead page. You're getting the Facebook targeting. You're getting the copy. Everything that Chris is going to show you over the next 2 hours, you're getting for free. We charge $2,500 to build out a campaign for you. Nobody should spend that. If you want the other campaigns, the other full funnels, don't spend $2,500 a piece. Just go join the Host Academy. And a lot of you have already done that. You can get all of this in the Host Academy, and you get Chris and I just like this every single week, you know, to walk you through and teach you how to do that. So I just want to make that clear. Why we're doing this, it's because it's the easiest and fastest solution for everybody. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool.
I want to hit home, because obviously we're going to have a ton of questions, and it's like anything else. And we talk about this even at boot camps. It's there's an answer I can give, and then there's the better answer I can give once I know your specific situation. And that's why I don't want to be pitch festing the Host Academy. That's why I love the Host Academy, because those weekly coaching calls are for that specific reason, that we can present new technology or new things or what we're doing or what's working. But then we have the time to actually have the face-to-face, the conversation, bring them in on video and have the chat, because there's one answer that's like, yeah, this is me not knowing anything about your situation, so I'm going to give you an answer. Then there's another one where I actually know who you are and where your properties are and what you're doing. That's a much better answer specific for you. And I can't do that without having that additional relationship. And so we're going to try our best to answer as much as we can and go through it. But obviously, one, I don't want to get bogged down, trying to answer everyone's specific situation when we have a ton of content still to go through, especially even into tomorrow. But that's one of the beautiful things about the Host Academy is we get the opportunity to be able to, one, get to know you a lot better, but two, those weekly coachings to be able to, as you're going through, because we're going to present a whole lot to you. And we're going to have a conversation at the end of tomorrow that's like, set your 1 day, 7 day, 30-day goals. It's the way we end almost everything we do, because people need to be able to implement. But you're going to take away of all the things we're doing today, a small fraction of what we talk about. And then you're going to watch this again, and you're going to take away again a small fraction of everything we've talked about and actually implement those things. And so you're going to have questions later. You're going to have things, and we're going to do our best to help and to follow up. But things like the Host Academy are the best place, because it's that time with us that is literally, unless you're in the mastermind, there isn't anywhere else you get that kind of time with both of us on together.
So
I had that real quick.
Emil, thank you. If anybody didn't see Emil's, I love the private conversation, but I agree with Emil. I'd be listening to Chris and taking notes as we go through this. Dee, I am not pitching the Host Academy. That's not what this is designed for, but about 6 of you have messaged me about it. I'm going to post this link one time. You can go to the link and learn about it on your own, but we are not, I just hit send. It's in there for everybody. I would love to have you join. I am not going to say one word about it or pitch it outside of all the shit we're giving you today is already in there. And then, like Chris said, one of the most important things Dee and Emil know as a mastermind member, it's about knowing and being known. I don't know 90% of you. We haven't had a 15-minute conversation. Once we get to know you inside the Host Academy, then we can better serve you every single week doing this with your specific situation. So keep going. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're fine. So the reason it's so important to create a business is because it becomes the holder for everything. So obviously, I have access to a whole bunch of businesses besides our own. We can see for IMA, or inbound marketing agents alone, we have 53 ad accounts, 24 pages, and 11 people have access to different parts and pieces of it. And that's part of the reason you do this is, one, you get a whole bunch more protection. So if something happened to anyone's individual account, you need someone to have access to something, I can create, limit, remove everything inside of a particular business, but also everything lives inside of the business. So all the pages live inside of the business, all the ad accounts live inside of the business. So if I ever need to create something new, adjust something, or something happens with an ad account, with the page, I just delete it, remove it, update it, change it. All of it lives inside the business and stays connected that way. It also gives me advanced support, which we'll have to get into, because your ads are going to get rejected. It is going to happen. Probably the first time, probably many times, including the ads that, when we get into showing the ones that I have already created and have been running for Paradise, Sunset Point. Man, my life properties are changing around in my head. They're rejected right now because I made a change earlier today. I wanted to show you how you combat that, because I've had to do the exact same thing. A lot of Facebook is this automated thing that then has humans back behind it. And so a lot of things happen automatically just because that's what Facebook tries to do to protect itself. And then you have to go that next level for people. So inside, you want to create a business entity. Ours is IMA, and under it lives your Facebook pages, lives your ad accounts, lives your Instagram accounts, lives all that. All gets connected in there, and that's how you give people access to it, and that's how you protect it from getting damaged, getting lost, getting hacked, and then you lose access to everything. You can do it inside the business settings, and it gives you access to a much deeper help with advertising through the Meta's or Facebook's help through the process. So
come on, we can never call it Meta. It's always,
I know I keep calling it Facebook, even though it's like Meta absolutely everywhere, but it's still business.facebook.com. I'm just saying. So inside, you create all your pages, create all those things, but the big thing we're going to work in is actually an ad account. So what's called the ads manager. And so this is going to look very different. Let me get to build STR Wealth. So it's not the conference one. There we go. Build STR Wealth. And so inside here is all the advertising. And when you think of when you actually boost a post, for those of you who have done that before, it still does creates an ad in here that you just never see it as far as what you have access to. But an ad basically is a couple parts. So I'm going to kind of show this graphic. Actually, I think I moved it, but we'll go back to this one. So basically, you have a campaign, an ad set, and ads. And I think of it as a file, like a filing cabinet with like a drawer, and then there's folders and there's papers in the folders, right? So your filing cabinet is your, or you can do a drawer either way, is your campaign. It's the holder for everything, and the whole goal of the campaign is just what is the goal? What's the objective? Are you wanting them to click? Are you wanting them just to see the ad? What is the goal of it? Next level down is the ad set. And if I use the drawer method, then this would be individual folders. So an ad set is how much are you spending? Who are you sending it to? Those are the two big things in an ad set. How much are you spending? Who are you sending it to? The next level down is individual ads. These are the actual ads that the people in the ad set see based on the objective you set in the campaign. It all kind of goes up into smaller pieces, into folders, and into the top part here. So once you kind of understand how that's set up, then when you start to build out your campaigns, as my example, let me hide the stupid meeting controls again. As my example of Sunset Point, I have one campaign for Sunset Point. In that campaign, I have two different ad sets because the ad set is where I pick how much I'm spending and then who is seeing it. So I have one to Birmingham, that's who, one to Nashville, that's who, two different ad sets. Then in each ad set is an ad, or technically it's a series of ads because I use what's called dynamic creative. We'll get into that in a second, where I'm able to use multiple images, multiple pieces of text, and then it shows the variations and does testing for me instead of me having to do that manually. So campaign objective, which is traffic. We'll get into that as I create one in a second. Ad set is who it's going to and how much you're spending, $5 a day to Birmingham, $5 a day to Nashville. And then the ad is actually what those people see. The image, the text, the link that they go to is in the ad. So we kind of gone through the structure. And Bill, I think I lost my chat somewhere. So if you want to keep an eye on it, where'd it go? There we go. I'll bring it up over here. So we go through, we're going to actually create and then create the content that we're going to use at the same time as we go through it. So in an ads manager, and there's some things that we've learned along the way of doing this. If you've never ran ads before, your first ad's going to be the suckiest one. That isn't just as in you creating it and learning along the way. That's also because you have no history with Facebook. So there's an algorithm like anything else. And based on the algorithm, it delivers ads against each other. It's also an auction. So depending on how much you spend or how much you're willing to bid, you can outbid other people. But at the simplest form, there's an algorithm. The algorithm takes into account things like your ad account history, how much you spent previously, how have you had a whole bunch of ads be approved or disapproved, or have you had strikes against you for type of content you post. There's a lot more to it than just me spending money and running an ad. So because of that, your first one's always the weakest one because Facebook doesn't know anything about you. It also, because of that, and because there's so many scammers out there, it limits how many ad accounts you can create. So for example, I use Build STR Wealth for a lot of our stuff because it has a lot of history with an ad account. But if I created an ad account per property, there's no history with that ad account. And so I'm actually hurting myself in the long run by doing that. And so usually try and create one and then let Facebook learn, let Facebook get some history with you as an advertiser. That'll help your ads in the long run perform better. Once you're in, always tell people the hamburger, there's the all tools, get you back. Anywhere there's a hamburger or the word all tools, that's how I know where I'm going to get to. And then I look for the keywords. So things like ads manager doesn't change. The little icon, where it is, 100% changes all the time. It may even look different for you right now if you logged in than it does for me right now. But as long as I know all tools gets me to the tools and ads manager gets me to the ads manager, that's why you know. Then other than that, it should basically look like this, because this interface really hasn't changed in a long time. And I'm going to create an ad, and we're just going to walk through step by step. I'm not going to try and I'm going to like too bogged down in the little buttons and tweaks. But I talked about this a little bit. We're probably going to give you a bonus, which is I went through with the mastermind, literally 2.5 hours of every button, every switch, every knob, how it works, what it does, and more detailed in that. And so we'll probably give you guys that as a bonus, because it's a great walkthrough. But as always, if the core concept, I think kind of if we back out to like the 30,000 foot version of what we're doing, is that it doesn't matter if you have like use lead pages or unbounce or have a direct booking website. In the end, I want to send people somewhere to give them the opportunity to book, or Airbnb or Vrbo. I want to send them somewhere to get opportunity to book. On this side is the who I'm sending somewhere. So whether it's a Facebook ad or a LinkedIn ad or a Google ad, that doesn't matter as much as I understand the concept, is I'm trying to get as many eyes as possible and using the same core ideas, which is I'm speaking to a buyer and an individual person, and everything in the ad needs to speak to that person. On the technical side of how to do it, you can Google how to run a Facebook ad and someone can walk you through what I'm about to walk you through, but not including the way that we're saying things, which is really the key component I want to get across.
So let me just ask a couple of questions, answer a couple. Maggie, if this is overwhelming, then don't do it. Literally focus on something that's easier, like email marketing or organic social media, or something that's going to be different, the buy sell trade groups. Because this takes time to understand, and this is not the best place to learn how to actually do Facebook ads in the back. It's actually going to business.facebook, because the platform changes so often, right? So you can come back 2 weeks later, and like we mentioned, and I think it was Britt or somebody said that her business manager looks completely different. So this is something that takes a lot of time. And this is what I want you to understand. This is why I make so much freaking money doing this, is because we do the hard shit. The hardest stuff, like this is challenging, Maggie, but if you can learn to do this, and this is, I'm not talking just to Maggie, but everybody that's out there, and do it well, this will give you the competitive advantage. Joshua, the objectives are tested. You got to test your objectives. Chris will get into that in a second. It's not just landing page objectives or traffic objectives. And literally taking that objective and testing the same ad, same creative, same targeting is one of the tests that you will want to run. And then you pick the winner. And that's one of the cool things about how Chris is going to talk about how he's using dynamic content. Matt is asking, it varies property by property and season by season. There is no, I can't sit here and say that you can expect to do 20% or 30% of your bookings, doing Facebook ads by any means. Somebody asked about doing a to-do list. We can't make a to-do list for you. You're the one that has to determine what you're going to do, right? So there's no question that, Chris, when you build out a campaign, how many ad sets and ads do you typically run inside of a campaign?
It depends on the ad. So I knew going into like Sunset Point, for example, because I knew the ad sets who you're sending it to. So I knew I was going to send traffic for a Nashville one and a Birmingham one. So obviously that's 2 ad sets, because those are 2 different people, 2 different locations. And then from there, because of dynamic creative, in reality, it's an ad as far as Facebook sees it, but it's really 5, 6, 7. It's 100 ads, because it has 5 different variations of copy, 5 different headlines, 2 different descriptions, 7 different pieces of creative. So in all those variations are technically unique ads. It could potentially serve someone, but it's just how it's set up that it does it that way. But it depends. So for other things, I might do a list, so people who previously stay with you, or a lookalike list, or some combination of lookalike lists and custom audiences, as well as targeting. The ad set levels where you pick the targeting. So I kind of kept it more narrow as far as like Nashville, greater Nashville area and kind of the greater Birmingham area. But I could create multiple versions of different testing. The thing about Facebook that's its power and it's where people get overwhelmed is that the amount of options I can test between just the who sees it alone is nearly infinite as
Right.
far
So
as like
Chris, give I
combinations.
want to give them the kindergarten, first grade level of what they should do for their very first ad. The people that have done this before, we can get into the more advanced stuff. But like, let's say that, you know, Susan or Candace or whoever has never run an ad. What are we going to do the very first time? I
One,
do want to answer Ryan Moore's question. I do not commingle. You need to think about your ad accounts just like your properties, just like I preach with the properties. It's one property, one bank account, one QuickBooks, you know, chart of accounts, keep credit cards, debit cards, keep everything siloed and separate. Same thing here. And it has nothing to do with co-hosting, even within my own properties. Even in Western North Carolina, when I've got a property in Banner Elk and a property in Beech Mountain, to me, those are two separate sub markets. So one property on the Beech Mountain property is going to have its own Facebook page, its own Facebook account. The Banner Elk property will have its own Facebook page, its own account, but they will roll into the same business manager.
if you have, when you get started, you will be limited on how many ad accounts you can create. So people try and just start right away. Like I'm going to create, I have 10 properties. I'm going to create 10 ad accounts. You can't because Facebook will limit you because you have to spend money with them and one of them to start with for it to know that you're a legit advertiser. You have to think that like if you just today create a business manager, link some pages, create a bunch of pages, they have no clue who you are or what's going on. So you spend some money and over time, they'll allow you to then expand out. So that's why when we talked about the very, very beginning, that you need to pick and choose, you need to pick, these are the properties I want to focus on because you're going to physically be limited by Facebook in the beginning on how many ad accounts you can create.
I mean, let's take one more question. I'm just going to paraphrase. Matt McAllister is asking, is there a KPI tracking like a larger more expensive, larger property could spend more money? Here's the deal. And a lot of you are going to think that I'm freaking crazy. The objective is to spend the most money. So you got to track what's called ROAS, ROAS, return on ad spend. If you can track return on ad spend, then you know that you've spent $1,000 in a month and you've booked $8,000 in bookings and you have a 30% margin. Well, 30% of 8,000 is $2,400. So I just netted 1,400. Right. So if that's me, and I started with $1,000 ad budget, I'm probably going to take 1,000 and slide it into my pocket and save it. And I'm going to take that extra 400 and add that to my ad budget. Right. And then if the same result happens next month, then I'm going to take a portion of that, typically 30 or 40%, and add that to my ad budget again. Most people will start with like $100 or $500 a month ad budget, and they will not increase their budget ever, even if they're able to track the direct bookings that are coming in. The goal for smart advertisers, smart traffic managers, is to try to find the way to spend more money. And that is just completely bass-ackwards mentality from how 99.9% of people that have never run ads think. But you got to think. That's why you got to track it, and that's why you got to test it, because we want to spend more money.
Yeah, and one thing I saw real quick, a couple people mentioning is that they created their Facebook page under their own account, and before they had a business manager, you can sync it up into your business manager. It's fine if you created it previously. It won't be duplicates. You won't lose your name or any of the content on it. It just connects the Facebook page itself to your now new business manager. So the business manager becomes the owner of the page. That's I saw that a couple times in there about people worried about their pages that were previously created. Once we're getting started. So the goal right now is we're picking an objective, and there's really 3 you would ever use that's not, if not an e-commerce business, and that is awareness, traffic, and engagement. And it kind of gives you to highlight over things. Facebook's really good about this, kind of explaining what things are. So awareness is basically, I want as many people as possible to see it. That's the whole goal of awareness, not to click, not to actually go to the landing page or visit it. I want as many people as possible to see it. And that is the goal of awareness. And you kind of see it's good for reach, brand awareness, video views. That's what it wants. So the people, it learns our habits, right? And
when would you use this, Chris?
You would use this if you're, again, the kind of top of the funnel, if you're trying to build a brand and get it out there, if you're really wanting to get video views, if you're trying to reach things, that my goal is more of a branding objective and less of a I want people to specifically click and go to somewhere objective, this would be a great place to use it. And so if you had, for example, you're wanting to, I don't want to get too nitty gritty into like the weird off cases, but if you wanted to make a video because your market you're in is full of shitty hosts and you want to have a video that's seen by as many people as possible in that particular area that are visitors, you could use awareness because that's what its goal is going to be, to get as many people as possible to see it. It's just a video I want them to see. I don't necessarily expect them to take any action from the video.
So the top of the funnel, the widest part, is called in the buyer's journey. When we don't call it a sales funnel, this is branded by HubSpot once again, is called the awareness funnel. That's the phase when people are trying to make themselves aware. What are my options, right? So this is brand. It's also going to be the least expensive traffic, right? So when you do run that video or you run whatever, and I believe that this should be the objective. If you've never run Facebook ads and you're going to go into Dallas, or let's say you want to target for, Joshua Tree, and you're going to go into Los Angeles, then run awareness first, right? And then you'll build an audience off of that and you can retarget them. But it's also going to typically be your most cost-effective traffic.
Yep. And it's kind of, like I said, Facebook learns along the way. And there's lots of things that we can do based on that, or how we create the ad that kind of modifies. So 100%, if the goal is to get as many people just to see it, especially if you're using videos, awareness is an incredible way to do that. And then you could retarget people based on how much they watch the video, and then use a traffic campaign to do that, and send the people who watch, 50% of your video, actually use traffic to have them go to a landing page after that. It's a great way to kind of prime the pump. So there's a lot of I think of Facebook ads are like a water hose, right? So I can turn the water on at the spigot. It just kind of sprays everywhere, right? It's just going all over the place. But my goal is to actually have a hose that gets connected into somewhere. And then ads literally are me turning on the hose. So I want people to go to my landing page. I just tell it, boom, bunch of people, and then they're going to go to my landing page. Or if I want them to go to a direct booking site or Airbnb or Vrbo or wherever, but I can also do fun things like awareness, getting as many people as possible to see it, or engagement, which means people who actually would comment, like, or interact with a post. That's the goal of engagement, that they, or messages, for example, or page likes, those types of things you would use engagement for. Traffic is the one we use most often, and that is to actually get people to go click on a landing page to get there. And if those of you who are following along, one, this is recorded. So I know we've mentioned that 1,000 times. I probably answered that most of all the emails that we got about support. Yes, this is recorded. It is recording right now. And this whole section is why we record it. So you can go back and watch it again and again later. But if you are following along, I'm in the ads manager, all tools, ads manager, and I'm creating an ad. The big green button says create. So of the three, we use traffic the most. These other ones are much more sales, or for e-commerce leads, or if you're much more in the business to business or business to consumer, as far as wanting to, like a doctor's office or something like that, then obviously you don't have an app, so there's no reason to promote it. Traffic, that's the campaign. What is the goal of this entire campaign? I want people to visit a page, and then you're going to name things. So point, I cannot spell today, point demo, so I keep things straight. That's all I do here. This is the very top level. It's the holder for everything. I am running traffic. And the next level down is called the ad set. This is where I tell it how much I want to spend and who do I want to reach with the ad. So again, just so I keep things named correctly, demo, and then I'll do BHAM. Where am I sending them to? Send them to a website. What are my performance goals? So someone asked why I changed it from landing page views to links, and that's because of the way tracking on Facebook has been working recently, from what I've seen from our different types of ads. And so it's looks like link clicks, especially for what we're doing, works a little bit better than optimizing for people who actually visit the landing page and view it. and it has to do with kind of the tracking. So I choose link clicks. So that's what I wanted to optimize for, number of people who actually click the link. Then my favorite toggle, dynamic creative. All I'm doing is turning it on here. It's going to tell me some things like, oh, you can do a bunch of images, going to use different variations. Cool. I just have to turn it on in the ad set level. So again, kind of recap real quick. Where are we sending them to? A website. What's my goal? Most number of clicks possible. Turn dynamic creative on. Then I get to start picking a budget. And here's where I think a lot of people get caught, and they don't even know where to start. They're like, how do I even start picking a number? Well, if you think about it, as Bill mentioned, the goal is to honestly spend as much as you possibly can that actually makes sense for what you're getting as return on ad spend. And so when you do the math, if it's daily, I spent $5 a day over 30 days, that's $150 in a month. If I spent $5 a day, I can get somewhere between 60 to 52 people that would click my link every day. So this is when we go back to the funnel, right? The more people can see it, the more people click. The more people click means the more people that book, more people that get a quote, more people that get a quote means the more people actually book, and then you can retarget them along the way. So obviously, if I spent $20 a day, then I would get significantly more. And so you have to kind of weigh how much are you spending versus what your link clicks are versus how much that particular property or your profit margin is for that particular property. You have to kind of weigh all the parts and pieces together. I would not necessarily start at, you can only go as low as $1 a day. One big tip I always give people is it's better to start lower and go higher than to start higher, go lower. Some people get like they get scared a little bit. So they put like whatever, $20 a day. And then they start to see the bills for like, okay, I just spent $140 in a week. And then they turn it down like, okay, that's a little too pricey for me. So they drop it to 10 and they kill their ad because you did the opposite of what Facebook wants you to do. And you just killed the delivery of it because you cut it in half. So it's better to start lower, go higher over time, but you can start to see your numbers and kind of make a decision based on the numbers of where you want. So you set your budget.
Depending on, and Chris, somebody asked about like targeting states and what's the lowest budget. I mean, I probably wouldn't go, if you're targeting a decent sized city like Oklahoma City or Nashville or something along those lines, you're probably going to really need about $5 a day minimum, to start. If you're going into Chattanooga or, a Valdosta, Georgia or something like that, you might be able to get away with $3, but I probably wouldn't go lower than $3. And I'd probably really start right around $5 per day minimum. Yeah. Would you agree?
Yeah. So this is like a lot of this, as much as there's an art to like targeting, it's a lot of math. So right now I'm targeting the entire United States. It's giving me an estimate of how big this is, 225 million, 264 million. At $5 a day, max people I would reach any given day is 5,000 people.
And you're realistically, right? That's going to be like 1.8 to 2,000 max.
Yeah, it typically both link clicks and reach typically lean towards the low end over the high end. The reason they give you a range is because as Facebook learns, it actually improves over time. Cost per click goes down, number of clicks go up, your reach increases as it finds the people who interact with your ad and finds more people like them. But to start with, especially, it stayed on the lower end versus the higher end. So if you did the math at $5 a day, how long would it take you if you only reach 2,000 people a day to reach 264.7 million people forever and ever? And so that's kind of a way to think about it as you narrow things down of how much budget to actually reach a decent number of people inside your target audience and not just a small amount. There's also where retargeting comes in, where if I can show people who have shown interest an ad again, so maybe the landing page, show them, or to the lead page, show them an ad again. That's how you can really maximize your budget and your reach by the retargeting portion of it, which a lot of people skip, and is probably one of the biggest differences between things that make sense and things that don't make sense. Then start date doesn't really matter. It's like if I click publish, it would start whenever it gets approved, not even right now, because this is just the time I started creating this ad. And I never set an end date. I let it run, and I just remember to take my notes and check back on it. And and remove it over time. I have no like solid data on this, but I have a feeling that when you set an end date, that as you get towards the end date, Facebook throttles down your ad because it has a solid end date to it and doesn't just let it run, where if you don't set an end date, it just seems to continue to improve over time. So far, we kind of set how much we're spending. Now we get to set the targeting. And there's really two different parts. Well, there's three parts to targeting. One is the physical location, meaning I can choose a city. So I could choose, I think we're doing Birmingham earlier, but whatever, Nashville. I could choose Nashville as far as it puts a pin on Nashville, the city, and then gives me a radius around it, a 25-mile radius. For a lot of major cities, I actually have the market that is considered Nashville. See if it'll let me. Gave me a weird way of finding it last time. I mean, that'd be as easy to find as I thought it was going to be. You can drop pins on specific areas. So if I was like, boom, pin on Murfreesboro, that you could bring down literally to a mile. So just a specific area you could drop a pin on. So if you had, wealthier neighborhoods, you could actually be as specific as a single mile of a particular area. You can target multiples. So if you did, you can do whole states. I'll do that as an example. So if I did Tennessee plus Alabama plus Georgia, the state, not the country. You can see it's kind of dropping these pins as I'm adding it, and it's saying, okay, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. It's updating my numbers. Okay, in these three states, that's somewhere between 16.3 and 19.1 million people in those particular states. You can also exclude anything you want. So I could exclude a state. So if I did like the whole country, I could exclude certain states. I could exclude certain cities. So here, just, I don't know if John Hodge is on, but just for John, I'm going to exclude Memphis from Tennessee. To exclude cities, you can actually exclude pins. So if I wanted to drop down a pin and say, you know what, I don't want people in Manchester right there to get it. You could do that. You could actually do anywhere you could drop a pin. I want people in this particular area, and then I could drop it down again. You get to like 1 mile. Those people won't see the ad now because that's how it works. You cannot target zip codes. I saw someone post that in here. So the best you can do with a zip code is drop a pin on a particular area or county. And so like for Tennessee, I would know that if this is Franklin, that's Nashville, there's Brentwood. And then if I wanted specifically Brentwood, I could drop a pin on, besides like Brentwood proper, like if there's a specific part of Brentwood I wanted to, I could literally drop a pin as specific as a mile radius to snag certain places. So
Svetlana, why would you want to exclude anyone? As an example, if he's targeting downtown Nashville and he's really just looking for tourists, then you can exclude people that live within 100 miles of downtown Nashville. So yeah. I believe in running ads in vacation rental markets, especially ones that have a very low barometer of hosts, like their average host rating is 4.4, 4.5, 4.6. Like in Western North Carolina, the host ratings are low. So I believe in running ads basically to people that are there that are having bad experiences, and then driving them. And like a lot of people still don't supply linens, and just think about how frustrated guests get when you only supply one roll of toilet paper in the standard PM starter kit, and then they have to run to the store. I don't do that stuff. I mean, I do all the extras, so I can take the pain points in real time, the emotion of people that are staying at other properties having a bad experience. I can target them, and if I know those 3 or 4 pain points, I can address them in my ad. I typically would use a video for that, and then potentially get their booking, or at least strong branding when they decide to come back the next time.
Yep. And you mentioned, we haven't talked about this one yet, but for any of these pins or exclusions, I can also change how it's finding the people. So by default, it's people living in or recently in. I can switch it to just people who live in. So for example, Nashville, you would have a lot of people who live here, like Bill and I, or you have a lot of people that are visiting here because it's like the bachelorette capital of the world. So I could just have people who live in Nashville or just live in Tennessee, and you see how the numbers change versus people who live or are recently in. I can also do people who just were recently in, as in if you did a city, people who recently visited a city, or as Bill mentioned, people traveling in. So their home, as in where your phone typically is located more than 125 miles away from where you currently are. There's a lot of those times when you land at, if you travel, you're at an airport, and you open your Facebook when you land somewhere, and all your ads are local to that particular area.
You go to Vegas and you get targeted by the casinos. You go to Orlando
Yep.
and you're targeted by Disney.
Yep. Then you're able to, that's how it knows, because your phone is more than 125 miles away. So you get hit and you're not wasting your money on people who live locally because you're not interested in them. You're able to just target people who are already travelers. So there's other ways to play with it. And again, this is kind of the first layer, right? It's just the where physically are the people. And that's where you can go through your previous bookings and the Google Trends and all those things. So to build out, we've had a lot of guests come from this state or this city or this area, and you can start to build out those mappings geographically instead of just guessing. You actually can use the data you have previously. And this is where things like you can even go to Convention Visitors Bureau and other things like that to get information on where a lot of travelers are coming from or amount of traffic. There's lots of other ways to find information like that.
Yeah, Tawny, I mean, you got to define your buyer persona that you want to attract. Then we can answer your question. That's kind of the knowing and being known. We got to know a little bit more to answer your question. Ava, Google Trends, where people are traveling from to visit your property in your cities. A lot of you have asked, because I mentioned the host ratings. That's, I mean, Kenny Bedwell, founder of STR Insights, he's in my mastermind and on my super team. STR Insights, it's not public data, but that's where I get my data from for that type of stuff. We talked about that a lot on the STRnomics podcast, actually.
Yep. So, we're about to get into Tawny's question and kind of answer it, and not directly, but in just the way the next level down of targeting, which is you get certain demographics, age, obviously, genders. This is where, like Bill mentions, that if his bookings are primarily female, you can switch to women. Age, you can switch. You can actually go all the way down to teenagers, but there's different rules when you do that. If you want to pick your minimum booking age or not, and it kind of can make adjustments from there. And then you get into the fun stuff. That's actually the demographics and interests and behaviors. So if I do the browse, I'll start with demographics because it's kind of the easiest one to understand. That I can find people who are parents of certain ages of children, teenagers, preteens, toddlers, young, old. I can find people based on certain life events, meaning they engaged, newlywed, recently moved to a certain area. They have birthday coming up. They are away from family. They have an anniversary coming up. For those of you who may have those, like great for couples or great for that type of thing, properties. Financially, I can do income based on the zip code they live in. So even though I can't target their zip code, I can do what their income is based on where their zip code falls in the top income for the country. And then relationship, are you engaged, are you married, are you single, separated, divorced, widowed, all the different options. So these are all the things we just share with Facebook. So demographics, first level. Interest is where it starts to get fun. So you can do interest based on activities. So it could be, if I just typed in like beach, for example, people interested in beaches, meaning they've liked or expressed interest in pages or content related to beaches. I can do specific beaches, like there's Daytona, Miami. This is where I love to just sit here and kind of start thinking about your buyer, and then what are they actually interested in, or what would someone who's interested to go to a specific property, what other things would they like, or are they doing while they're there? So you could do, for the beaches, for example, okay, you could do maybe some fishing, some like, here, let's see if we got like deep sea. Deep sea fish or fishing. You could do, okay, we have scuba diving in an area. Okay, we have hiking. As you start to add some things to it. So if I did hiking trails, for example, you have a mountain property that has lots of hiking around it, they'll start suggesting other things to me that are similar: outdoor recreation, outdoor activities. And this is where the searching really comes in, because you could start even going to brands. So I could look up REI, for example, and okay, the sporting goods. I could look up people interested in travel and tourism. So the options truly are endless, and this is just in the first level. So I want to get, and to answer Tawny, to answer yours specifically, people are, parents visiting college kids. Well, a lot of universities, you could actually find people who are interested in certain schools, interested in certain sports teams, have gone to certain schools. So that's where like your previous schools are set up in there. Other things about the school or specific schools in the school, like Florida State's College of Motion Picture Arts, very specific one. Even specific sports it can get down to, for those of you who might have people who would come to town for a specific, you have more urban, and you have a team that's very popular, you could actually do that type of stuff with it.
So Chris, there's about 3 or 4 questions about the special ad category. Are you not using the special ad category? If so, why? And what's the difference between our seasoned account with probably hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in this account that's been spent over multiple years versus somebody that's brand new?
Yep, I am not using the special ad category. And I can actually tell you why, and it's in the explanation of what a special ad category is. So right here, when you create the campaign, it asks if you need to declare if you're in a special ad category, and it says housing right here, right? And everyone freaks out and they choose the housing category. If you read, it says ads for real estate listings, homeowners insurance, mortgage loans, or other related opportunities. And so when you go and say you look at an apartment, for example, and you fill out the application, there's a specific portion of that says, hey, we do not discriminate based on age, race, sex, gender, all the stuff, right? Because they can't legally discriminate based on any of those things. And so if you advertise for those types of listings, such as apartment complexes or insurance or mortgage loans, they fall under federal regulations that allows them that they cannot discriminate. And so they have to declare that they are a housing related special ad category, and it removes a whole bunch of targeting that would allow them to discriminate. But we are not we're not a apartment complex. We're not even a true real estate listing, because that's for like purchase. Or even long-term renting. We are a short-term rental, which is like a hotel. And so hotels don't have to fall in the special ad category, because they can technically, like any other business of the type, can have you rent or not rent for any particular reason that they want to. They don't have to disclose anything. And so your ads, like I said in the beginning, your ads will get flagged. The ads that we're running for Sunset Point, when I made a change this morning, I did it on purpose, because I knew that when I made the change, it would reflag the ads, because they were flagged when I launched them last week. And you have to review them. And I'll go through that process when we get to the end of the ad creation, because that is an important part of it. But no special ad category. And yes, the ad will get flagged by Facebook, and it will say specifically it is flagged because of discrimination. And then you press the button. I'll show you how to do that in a little bit. That makes a manual review. Again, Facebook's an algorithm. Well, so is their review process. And so by using words like rent, you're flagging the housing category in the automated algorithm. And by me having them manually review it, I have an actual person who will read it and be like, no, this isn't for an apartment complex. This isn't for anything like that. This is for just a vacation rental or a short-term rental. And then they'll manually approve it.
So Eric McCarty, let me address your question where you asked, as you put more detail in, wouldn't it shrink your funnel? 100% it'll shrink the audience, not your funnel. Well, I guess the top of the funnel, it'll shrink your audience. As you start, if this is like your first time doing ads, you've got when we talk about the pixel being, which is your Facebook ad account, essentially the data that goes into it being seasoned, it knows who we're targeting. Facebook knows exactly who we're trying to target with our properties. Would you agree with that, Chris? And we've ran so many ads. It's probably the smartest algorithm on the planet right now. It's got so much information, even more than Google, most likely. With that being said, I can tell you when I first started running ads, we had like 700. It was like a 7-page document of, we could even do ethnicity, believe it or not, which isn't even close. You can't do that anymore, right? And we could target everything: income levels, home prices, credit card, charging amounts, all this stuff. Well, Facebook knows it so much that when you get to the level that we're at, less targeting is better, right? So it used to be that we would have 10 or 15, sometimes 20 or 30 different interests and demographics that we're going to be targeting. Today, sometimes we might just go in and put an age range and target a county, or drop a pin in a 5 or a 7 or a 10-mile trade radius that hits the income levels that we want, or around a golf course or whatever that is, and just keep it super simple. You don't have to get super detailed. The more that you use this, you will need to teach. And that's what I want you to understand. You've got to teach Facebook who you're looking for. Don't let it determine right off the bat who you're looking for. So you need to be a little bit more granular to start with. As you get more and more into this, you can use less and less targeting, but you definitely don't want to get too narrow. And that's something up at the top right where you see audience definition, and it says your audience selection is fairly broad. You want to try to stay in that green zone in the middle. There is no exact number because that's going to vary based on your targeting, but like 5,000 people is way too little. 25 million's way too many. Most of us are probably going to range and try to be in like that 50,000 to probably 1 million range. Maybe 2 million max is going to be the ideal area that we want to try to shoot for.
Yep. And here's the narrowing part. So basically the targeting works as logic. So I want to get like you shy away from that. Basically what I'm saying is that if I add in hiking, for example, and you're watching the numbers on the top right, hiking trails, it shrinks because what it's saying is everyone in Tennessee that are men right now, I'll go back to all genders so it's more numbers. Everyone in Tennessee, of both males and females, that like hiking trails, that's the number it gives me. If I add in here, if I go back to using REI as an example, the brand REI, sporting goods, then you notice my number got bigger, right? And if I added in some other suggestions, outdoor recreation, North Face, Patagonia, holy crap, my number is 3.5 million. How is that working, right? Shouldn't it be narrowing it down each time? No, that's not how this works. So for each interest I add, it's an or, not an and. So it's people in Tennessee who are either male or female, 25 to 65 plus, that like hiking trails or outdoor recreation or Patagonia or REI or North Face. That's why my audience keeps getting bigger every time.
But it could be and or, right? They could like all of them.
Correct. Yeah, they could be multiple combinations. So it's using the or methodology, meaning that they could like hiking trails, or they could like outdoor recreation, or they could like both. But it's using ors, where if you wanted to use ands, that's where this narrow audience comes down. So if I did hiking trails, I told it to narrow it, and REI, if I was just being that weirdly specific, you notice my audience will actually get smaller. If I removed REI.
So Chris, now they have to like both, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they are, whoops, that's the company, not the, actually that's a good example though. So I picked the company because the company is not that big. It's only 20,000 people in the company. It said there's fewer than 1,000 people, which would make sense. There's only so many REIs in the state of Tennessee. And it started to yell at me, hey, your audience is way too narrow. It's way too narrow. You shouldn't do that. So that's a good example of what happens if it gets too narrow. But this example would be that Tennessee, male or female, that like hiking trails and like REI, combination of the two. So this is where when we talked about kind of the infinite number of combinations that could be here. This is where that can come up, because I could do a couple ors together, hiking trails, and we'll go back to the suggestions, outdoor recreation and outdoor activities and camping and backpacking and fishing, all these things, right? So my audience just got bigger. And because you have a super high-end property, I also want it to be the income that is top 5% of US zip codes. So it could be interested in any of these things, all these outdoor things, but they also must be in the top 5% of US zip codes. So here's where you can kind of get those combinations. They also must be interested in Glacier National Park. It's gonna yell at me, say that's way too specific. So you see, there's another good example of that. So there's not enough people that are like this to then use that as a specific narrowing factor. But this is where you really play with a ton, and this is where testing comes in. So you can test more general stuff. So going back to our example of, I could just test Birmingham by itself and let that be the tester, and let my ad be the way that Facebook determines who likes it and who doesn't like it. Or I could do Birmingham plus an income. I could do Birmingham plus multiple targeting options and also income. There's lots of variations that are just, you have to test and try. There is no one size fits all answer of what will work for your particular buyer. But that's why when we talked about the buyer persona, knowing them and knowing them well gives you the advantage, because then I can pull in some of those interests, like, okay, well, what are the other things they might be interested in? And you can start to search of, like I said, there's universities, there's colleges, there's brands. There's really anything that you could like or be interested in. It's potentially an interest to target. So for example, Wine Enthusiast magazine is an interest, or Wine and Spirits magazine is an interest that you could potentially target. So there's I spend a lot of time in here searching and trying and seeing what's available. And these change all the time. I could tell you right now that to use OBX, let's see what it gives me for OBX as an example. I might have to type in Outer Banks. So, Outer Banks, the place that might work right now. And in 3 months, it may be gone, because that's the way that Facebook changes things, that it can add interest. They add interest all the time and they remove interest all the time. So I constantly want to get in here and play with it. But the goal in the ad set level, to kind of summarize where we've been so far, campaign is, what is my overall goal? I want to send people somewhere. That's why I use traffic. In the ad set level, I'm telling it, how much am I wanting to spend? I'm using dynamic creative. And then who am I sending it to? That's all that's in the ad set level. Then as I get into the ad level, which is where we're going next, it's
okay. Hold on, Chris. Go back to the interest. Number one, somebody's asked how long to run your ads. You should test them for 5 to 7 days, depending on your budget. Do not iterate within 7 days. Typically 7 days is going to be your parameter for that. Should you A/B test magical? 100%. ROAS, what ROAS do you see on ads? That's going to vary based on your targeting and everything. So you got to test traffic source. You got to test your demographics. You got to test geographically. You got to learn all of that stuff. Can you go into the targeting and just type in Vacasa?
Yeah.
It's not big enough. So I haven't looked at this. What about that? If Vacasa doesn't pull up, then Evolve's not going to pull up either.
Yeah, let me try it this way.
It's funny that Meyer shows up down there.
Yeah, I've seen it before. That's why I was trying to see if I could make it pull up.
But Vacasa doesn't, which kind of sucks. But if you're looking to acquire co-hosting accounts, this is something that you can target geographically, like just along the beach, if you want to do tier 1, tier 2. I've never really looked at Vacasa or Evolve. I was hoping we'd be able to target. So really your play is going to be on the geographic side if any of you are co-hosting out there.
Yeah, Rob, quickly answer your question. The interest and demographics have nothing to do, the interests that show have nothing to do with the location I chose. It would just tell me there's not enough people if it was available. If the interest didn't show, it's because the interest isn't available to target.
Keith, yeah, I mean, so basically you want to iterate like one thing, right? So you got to, you got to test your sales page, you got to test your creative, your copywriting, your headlines. And that's one of the things of why Chris, actually, we try to eliminate having to do old school A/B testing by using the dynamic creative, and then let Facebook determine the winners of it. That's kind of how you can get around that today. But then you got to just make sure you have enough options that are going
To actually know.
into it. And that's where, Jasper, Chat GPT, Canva, that type of stuff become really important, to where you have, I think you said earlier, you're running like 100 total ad combinations through dynamic creative for the Sunset Point demo that we have. So, I mean, that's like 5 or 6, different titles, 5 or 6 different creatives, 5 or 6 different copy and descriptions. So that's where really the speed and the efficiency of combining Chat GPT with Jasper and Canva, those 3 tools, not only from an organic social media side, but here for Facebook ads, becomes critical.
Yep. And then I want people to understand. So I think there's a trend to want to overanalyze when it comes to the data, when it comes to like return on ad spend. You're like, if you have a prime booking for Sunset Point, and legitimately is possible for one booking for an entire year's worth of ad spend to be covered just by one single booking during a decent, weekend, for example. And so there's a lot of like having to be able to track and know everything. There's a lot of, they could see it and then see it again later, because it takes multiple times of seeing something before they recognize it. They could have seen an ad for it, and then when they're searching on Airbnb later, they recognize the photo from it, and that's what causes them to actually want to book. So there's a lot of untrackable things, especially when you're running a funnel, that you can't always know specifically that this ad, I spent $100 and I got $5,000 on as a return, and so I'm gonna up it. There's a lot of those things that are just untrackable that you have to understand. But in the end, even if I spent, whatever, multiple, thousands of dollars a year on a particular property, that you're getting a ton of, besides potential direct bookings or bookings to the different platforms you're sending them that way, you're also getting a ton of these people that would have never necessarily seen your property before. You're getting in front of them, thousands and thousands of people, that you're not waiting on them looking for you on Airbnb or Vrbo, that you're getting your property in front of, so that you have, like I said, you have no idea what down the line could trickle, as far as them seeing it later, then seeing your ad again later, them being retargeted by the ad and being able to see it. There's lots of those untrackable things that are just part of it. Okay. Ad time. So in here, this is where I actually would pick. You're picking who you advertise as. Why can't I see? Let me just search for it. There we go. So if you have an Instagram, it would automatically connect the two together, and then it would advertise as both. If you don't have an Instagram, it then just runs as this particular page on Instagram as an ad. It doesn't, you don't need to create an Instagram account to run ads for it. Automatically does that for you. Oh, let me name this correctly. Always name stuff. Then as I go down, I can start to add in my images or videos. So basically what I'm telling it, Bill mentioned earlier, there's basically 2 types of ads for most things. There's what's called a single image ad or a single video ad, and there's a carousel. From what I've seen from our ad running, that carousels just in general don't perform as well as video. Video typically performs the best of everything that we've ran. So I try and avoid carousels. I'll test it once in a blue moon, but I'll definitely let things be either an image or a video. Then with dynamic creative, I can upload multiple images. So for example, I loaded in a couple different, interior, exterior, lake photos as options. And so I can select 5 of them. I can do up to 10 images, hit continue. It's going to load these in as different ad options. Video, same thing. I had 2 videos I had in here. I can load them in as video options. Now, if you notice, I gave you guys a Canva, and that's because I've been playing with a lot using Canva to create video content. And so the link I gave you is actually a template to this particular video in Canva. And so for me, I'm a video editor. I would actually take all the footage I shot and edit in Premiere, make the video. Bill would tell me what changes he wants or what graphics he wants. I do all that in Premiere. But then what if Bill wants to, Bill changes something, or he adds, a different kind of swim mat, or there's now more stand-up paddle boards, or added some other feature, some new outdoor thing, right? He would have to say he's down there shooting the video. So he had to send it to me. I had to update it, re-render the whole thing. All that's a mess. Where in Canva, with the new video editing features, I can literally upload a clip I shot on my phone, or in this case, I uploaded all my clips I shot on my camera. And then literally I can be like, you know what? I want to show, here's the waffle bar, right? Let me go and just drop this clip of the waffle bar in right here. Let me mute that. And then I have the ability to control how long of the clip it plays, the full length of the clip or just a part of it. And then it's just added in to my video timeline of inside of Canva, right? And so for y'all, it's just as easy if you have clips, if you just shot some clips with your phone. Honestly, some like my iPhone, as far as shooting in 4K, it doesn't give the depth of field that my camera can do, but quality wise, it's pretty freaking incredible for what phones are capable of nowadays. You could easily shoot a bunch of footage and then just drop in just like I did here. And then the cool thing is that if you haven't used Canva before, Canva has the ability for you to edit text. And so, or anything else really, I could add arrows or any other design elements, just like any other regular Canva graphic, except this is all a video now. And so I can play the video, and it's just going to walk through. This song is royalty free, part of Canva. I don't know if you're hearing that or not. I'm not sure if that comes through. But it's literally that easy to be able to drop things into Canva. And I actually provided, I'll pop the link in again, and with the email I send out of the different links, this template specifically, so you could actually go in and modify this specific template if you wanted to. But the cool thing is, like I said, as the power of Canva, so if you wanted to highlight, okay, this is the hot tub, and I wanted to put some text in and say, boom, whatever. Here's do this text just because it's designed differently. Add some text and be like, gigantic hot tub. Not that I would ever recommend you doing this, but we'll just do that as an example. Like how hard this would be for most people to be able just to do this and put it on top of a video clip. But here we go. I have this one. I can go back here, hit the play button, and then now my next clip has text of hot tub written over. I could have it animate in. Boom, have it fade in. It gives me a little example again. I can go back, hit play button, fades out afterwards. Whoops, go back here. So it's a little text, boom, fades in, boom, fades out. So see how quickly and easily it is. And that's kind of why I want to show this to you guys, because one, video content performs extremely well on Facebook, but I want the fear of video editing, and there's like good, better, best, right? So if you're that person that's like, yeah, I'm going to DIY this sucker, I'm going to shoot some video and do it, or you have video footage, hop into Canva. Much easier to do that in Canva than it is in a lot of the video editing softwares. And I've been video editing for freaking feels like forever now. Super easy to hop in. But if you're like, you know what, I don't want to touch that, I don't blame you. You can go on Fiverr, you can go on Upwork, you can find someone who you can just send them the footage, and then they could edit together an easy video. Or using images, you could do the exact same thing. So if I had like images of the property, I don't think I do of, let's toss an image somewhere that you could actually have it animate. That might be crazy. What does this one do? Nothing. Perfect. That you could actually have image elements and be able to do make a slideshow as well as just using photo stuff. But leave that. But the ability to just be able to create stuff on your own very simply from some clips is super awesome. That's why I love some of the new features of Canva for doing this type of stuff. And then you can like I say, if worst case, hire someone. It wouldn't cost much on Fiverr if you have the footage already to be able to get a very nice video created. Or like I said, if you don't have video footage, have someone turn your images into a slideshow quickly. Or if you're in the Host Academy, that's part of one of the things we offer with that is that you can send us your images or your video pieces, and I can make a Facebook ad video from them. Obviously, with the caveat that right now, besides preparing for this, we're also preparing for a conference. And so I'm kind of slammed for the next couple of weeks as we're getting into that. But just want to put that out there as a way to create this. And like I said, I can actually just share literally, I did this earlier, but I'll do the same thing. Give the template link. I'm gonna put this in the chat right now so that anyone who wants to use this template, you can just click the link and load it into your Canva and be able to do it.
So Jesse, that is a drone footage, and he is using a gimbal on his camera as he's going through and around the house in this video. One of the things I will tell you is if you can, I think we all need drone footage, especially if you're in a place like this or at the beach or mountains or whatever. And Chris has done some really great stuff, like at some of my beach houses, where he'll fly out from the water, over the beach, under the house, up over the pool, and then it kind of feels like you're walking into the house. And then just go to DJI.com and buy, a pocket Osmo for $299 and walk through the house. I am so anti Matterport, one, in listings, and I would actually never use Matterport in a video as well. I don't even know that it would work. But just doing this simply, even just walking through with a gimbal with your iPhone, you can shoot your own video going through the property as well. Try to really shoot for 30 to 90 second videos, and really around 45 seconds to 60 seconds would be optimal. You just got to make sure it's high quality and you're showing the most important stuff. Think about it like you're listing. Show your amenities. Remember, like this right here, the outside of the house is more important than the inside of the house, and a lot of us just get really focused on the internal part of the property, unfortunately. So focus on the things of why they're coming. Chris just shared the link for that. Tawny, the Host Academy link, you'll have to scroll way up. It was posted probably 30 or 45 minutes ago. This is the Pocket 2. You'll see this is, what is it, Chris? $299?
Yeah, I think so.
Very, very great investment. And it's got a built-in gimbal. I mean, that for properties, I think every homeowner should have one of these, to be honest with you, and just shoot your own video. There's not enough video guys in our industry around even the most traditional vacation rental markets that do a good enough job. So this is something that I would recommend, potentially investing into.
Yeah, they're a super cool tool. Okay, so that's kind of the creative portion, right? And we want to follow the same ideas that we talked about at the beginning. Who are you speaking to? And then what are you trying to show? That's kind of what Bill mentioned in the video. What are you trying to show to speak to that person? If they're coming there for, you kind of notice my image selection here was a combination of that kind of fire outside with the lake in the background, the fire outside at night. I'm trying to create an experience or thought of, if you're going to the lake, what do you really enjoy doing? And that is like, okay, I want to be on the lake and have some fun on the lake, but also that, kind of cooler, summer night with a fire. Bill's case would be wine. My case would be Coke Zero out there.
And just so everybody knows, those are iPhone photos that my wife took, by the way. That's not like Chris with his $7,000 camera.
Yep. And so, showing some interior, because I think showing the finishes, especially in a house like this, is kind of a thing to test. And we'll get into the data in a second of how to analyze. And then obviously a kind of drone exterior to combine, and then the videos as well. So we'll kind of combine all those together. Then now we're back to our favorite friends, ChatGPT and Jasper. So again, it still has my information, right? We're going in this, and actually I could ask it specific questions like write a clickbaity title, write 5. There gives me some variation. Oh yeah, it doesn't like that. Oh, come on. I got rid of my favorite word. ChatGPT, what are you doing? Can't spell. So again, it's learned based on some of the previous stuff I put in that what this property is, and then there's 3 pieces of text you have to create for a Facebook ad. Piece of text number 1 is I kind of start with the headline, description, then the primary text. Headlines. So I literally just had ChatGPT write a couple different headlines. We literally copy and paste, and I'll put one in here just as an example. So we're going through this, boom, that's a headline I would like. Then I could do descriptions. Usually these end up being book your stay. We'll add that one in. Book now, because when I show you in a second of where they display, usually descriptions end up being shorter. The primary text is the long one. So I'll actually tell ChatGPT, write 5 Facebook ads for the property. And then it's going to write out, based on everything I've given it so far, it's going to write me a couple different variations. Again, it's learned along the way. That's why I included the kitchen, the hot tub, the waffle bar as examples. So it's learned through our whole chat conversation that you're able to go through and do that. And so this is literally, again, same process we talked about earlier. Have ChatGPT write it, put into Grammarly for a second as my holding place, use Jasper to AI to spice it up a little bit. So let me just grab this one while it's writing still. And then go into Jasper, type that in, give me a little bold. They give me a couple different variations here. Jasper's running slow today. Try that one again.
Probably your internet.
It probably is my internet. It's like, what are you doing? You've been on a call for like almost 4 hours now. But now I would run through Jasper, create the different variations for me, and then I would just use them, specifically into the primary text. So if I just added one of the previous ones in here, and as I get all the parts, oh, it needs a website. So let me go back to this one. Nope. Not that one. Not that one. Too many dang tabs. This one. There we go. And once I put a link in, it'll actually show me the preview of what the ad would look like. So you can kind of see how in a lot of the different previews that it doesn't even show the description. It just shows typically the headline and then the first literally sentence sometimes of the text before they have to click see more to view the whole thing. So it gives you kind of a preview.
So that is a very important part, everybody, that if you see the very first one, top left, you're like 2.5 lines. That's, I don't know the exact characters. I think it's typically, what is it, around 100 characters, Chris? 125 maybe?
Yeah, give or take.
But making a call to action in there that's going to entice somebody to click see more or click the ad is really the goal, right? So just putting 5-bedroom, 3-bath, house is not going to be good enough. So like leave the crowded city and venture to the lake life. This 5-bedroom home on Lewis Smith Lake offers luxurious amenities. So one of the things that I really focus on at this lake are the amenities, because there wasn't many prior to me going down there. So I tried to out amenity everybody there. So I definitely want to mention that without having them to click see more.
Yep. And this is where you can actually start to see, you kind of saw there's variations over here. So I can pick a piece of media. So a different image, for example, I could pick a different description. I could pick a different text. I can show kind of the preview of the different variations that it could possibly show in different places, like Instagram and Instagram feed on the, different places. It shows all the different variations. So that's literally, but I think the superpower now is that combination of ChatGPT and Jasper. I think now Canva to create videos real quick. to be able to make different options, to be able to have it spin up different text variations. I mean, while we were working on stuff, ChatGPT made me 5 different ads. Copy these, put these into Jasper, add some of my stuff into it, keeping in mind that it does a pretty good job because, like I said, I asked it to write an ad, so it kind of knows that I'm looking for, or to get some of that, first sentence or two to be kind of a little more catchy, a little more eye-stopping than the rest of the sentences. So it kind of knows that already. But then I can use Jasper to kind of, if this ever did anything, to then go that next level and be able to continue it on.
Michael,
that's really,
and for those of you, Michael Dinwiddie said this is like magic. Michael, we haven't even gotten to the good shit yet. So I know we're coming to the end of the day and you guys are tired and it's been a lot for 3.5 hours, but pay close attention the last 30 minutes because we're going to get into retargeting, lookalike lists, and the true David Copperfield stuff is still yet to come today.
Yep. So I would hit publish. That I have my ad, my copy. Again, we can add multiple variations of text. That's really the power of dynamic creative, that you can create all these different variations of it. And the reason we do that is that I'll go into my existing one, for example, and then go into its ads. Show both the ad sets, not the demo, just these two. And then get rid of my draft so it doesn't appear in the way. There we go. So I can go into my ads of this campaign, the Sunset Point campaign, and then I can change how I view this, right? So we talked about what happens if your ads get rejected, right? So right now I made a change this morning just so I would know, I knew it would reject them because it's going to have to, every time I make a change, it's going to want to review them. So all you do is if it's rejected right here is like, hey, you can go to the ad account quality. It's going to pop it open and say that I had these two were reversed. And what's happened is because I already did this once, that I would have to have them review these again. And the way I do that is by actually having I have to open up there's a support thing for business accounts and actually have a chat with one of their agents to get them to review these ads again, because it's yelling at me that like, hey, you already did this once.
How do you show them how to get to that?
Facebook support. So I'll pop this link in the chat, but on help, I skip all that stupid stuff. So you help, contact support, I'll hit the get started button. Then it will ask me why. I'm ignoring that. I want to contact the support again. And that's going to ask me to start to select an issue. So if I had a previous issue, obviously I had an ad disapproved. I had to manually get them into that. But if it's anything, I can start the process. My ad was disapproved. What account? Build STR wealth. What information? When it eventually loads, what information? And then I can contact support and then have them manually put it up for review. In this case, because I already did it once, I had to manually have them do it again.
And Chris, you'll include that link to get to this in the email send out, correct?
Yes. And there's a chance if you haven't spent any money yet that you won't even see this option. But you shouldn't have to. The reason it appeared for me is because I already had them reviewed once. They were approved. And then I made a change and now they're disapproved. So they have to manually go through it and check it again. That's why I have to do it in this particular case. But you shouldn't have to. You should be able to, like where I click the button that said go to account quality, they open the tab. Instead of them appearing here where they reverse, they would appear here, available for review. And you would just click the button that says request review and they would start that process for you. But anyways, the reason I was saying this so I can actually go into, so this ad's been running. It's had 74 link clicks total. I don't even know my total ad spend. Total ad spend is $27. And then I can actually break this down and view it by dynamic creative. So for example, I could do it by image or video. and see which ones have been giving me the most clicks. So like Bill said, you typically want to at least let it run for 7 days before you even touch it. Let it sit, let it do its thing, and then you come in after a couple days or 7 days, and then you can start to get an idea of what's performing better. So you have see all the images, right? And then here's the videos right there, and I've made some different variations from it. So if I sort these by results, which is in this case link clicks, I start to see that this image from the exterior is, and I can actually click it to get a better one. This image is outperforming the everything, including the video, right? And then the worst performing images are this one of the interior. This one is kind of crazy. This one of the fire didn't perform well at all. This interior one didn't perform well. The boat slip, actually that's one of the video elements. So I can start to see just image and video wise what's performing well. So the videos are generally performing well. This one did pretty good. That's a version of the video. Next image is down here. And so I would start to maybe say, okay, well, if this exterior is performing well image wise, I should then on my next variation include more exterior images that are these more so showing the more of the property than just a specific place or a specific part of the property. And then obviously the videos are performing well as they usually do. Then I can keep changing the breakdown, right? So I could change it to by headline. So now I can see this one, Lakefront Luxury, Relax and Style, is outperforming, obviously, Book Your Stay, Lakefront Escape, or even this one, Indulge in Waterfront Paradise. So I can then take this text, put it into ChatGPT or Jasper and create other variations of this text, and then get rid of these ones. These aren't performing as well, and then make new variations. So this is how we test, right? This is where the A/B testing, it's actually like A, B, C, D, E testing, because it's testing all the different possible combinations all at the same time. And then very quickly, Facebook is learning what's performing well, what's not performing well, and making adjustments as it goes to show the ones that are performing well to more people, ones that aren't performing well to less people. Then I can go in, and this is the learning part of saying, okay, after it's been running for a while, this headline performs much better than the other ones. Let's make more headlines like this headline. These images are performing better than other images. That's why I need to use more images like that image. And the same thing works for the primary text. This primary text is performing better than the other primary text. So I would disable all the other ones and then make new versions based on this version that's performing well. And that's how you continue to iterate and test over time to continue to make the ads better and better.
Chris, can you get rid of those drop downs on the right that are overlaying on impressions and everything? So scroll down to the results from 2 ads and the per link click. It's 37 cents a click, right? That is so low. That's like Google ads in 2006 and 7. That now we're paying $3 to $4 a click for. That's one of the beauties of Facebook ads, is to think about at $5 a day, we're not even spending this entire budget, and at 37 cents a click, that goes a long ways. The highest performing ads at 28 cents and 35 cents per click in the Birmingham area. So that gives you a lot of range to be able to get a lot of impressions and a lot of reach with your ads. And this is, I think, just a prime example of why you should look at running the dynamic creative and let Facebook kind of determine your winner. Are you typically running ads for each property each time, or do you run one ad per week for each STR? I will typically have them running all the time. And I kind of look at running ads season to season on individual properties, right? So I'm coming out of season in the mountains and I'm transitioning into spring and summer season. I'm getting ready for we're all going through the same seasons. I'm just coming out of busy season in the mountains, and it's been slow season down at the beach. One of the things that I think is really important, and like I said earlier, is why I run traffic to both Airbnb and also to my sales pages. I've spent a lot less money, probably about 10 to 20% overall is only going to Airbnb, but that helps me with my rankings as well. So I think this should be continuous. I think a lot of people try to want to turn it on and off during slow and busy times. And one thing I learned many, many years ago, like 17, 18 years ago, from my business partner in my glow golf business, who, is pretty close to a billionaire and had all these different businesses. And he said, son, we need to spend money when times are good, because that's when we get the most eyeballs on our content. So it's much harder and much more challenging to do this type of stuff during the slow season, when you don't have any booking volume coming in, when you don't have any search queries, any search volume coming in. So I typically ramp up around Christmas, when the official day of summer booking season starts. And then once I get to about 75-85% of my bookings done, and I get closer to prime season, like around Memorial Day is when I start switching to fall. So I should be, at 85%, 90% occupancy by Memorial Day through the summer. I should be able to stop and start looking at fall bookings. And, then in the fall, I'm going to be looking at marketing for the winter. So I'm also looking at my lead time, my average booking lead time as well. And I'm trying to stay pretty much a season in advance with my targeting, unless I'm doing a compression only event. I'll give you an example. I've got a property in Gulf Shores, brand new co-hosting property that I have down there. Hangout Fest is that's when we should be getting the highest value ADR. This property is a 6-bedroom, 6-bath en suites, beachfront, hot tub, ping pong table, all that type of stuff. And the average price point we're getting during the summer is about $2,300. I pushed them up to $4,000 for Hangout Fest. And, I've been working on doing the creative, and we're not booked yet. And I'll have Chris set up a Facebook ad for me probably next week, and we'll run it strictly for people that are interested in Hangout Fest to try to really get that maximum return. And I'll bet that we get booked in less than $50 of ad spend in less than a week for that, at that ridiculously high ADR. So this is something, once again, the targeting that we have here, the creative, but also the speed of lead pages. I'll build a custom lead page that's targeted for Hangout Fest. We'll brand it for Hangout Fest. We'll do the same thing in our ad content, in our ad copy. And then we'll spend a minimal amount of dollars to, typically, instead of selling it at $2,300, I should be able to sell it close to $4,000 for 4 nights. So I'm not real smart, but that's like $7,400 increase. And I increase my chances by probably 300, 400, 500% by running Facebook ads targeting a compression event like that, as opposed to just waiting on somebody to find it and actually pay that ridiculous amount on Airbnb or Vrbo.
Yeah, I want to hit a couple quick questions. Chris, correct, I do not select A/B testing in the campaign level. I use dynamic creative, which is in the ad set level. What type of conversion rate would you expect for kind of each step along the way? So if you think of add to landing page, you can actually kind of see where we are as far as click-through rate, somewhere between 1% to 5%. Realistically, 1% is probably more normal. The closer you get towards 5%, you're absolutely crushing it as far as you're matching the buyer to the ad that they're seeing, means that your click-through rate goes higher, because that means that they wanted to click and go through the next way. Now, one thing that's interesting about the next level down is that just because you have the best optimized landing page, but if you're booked for dates that someone's looking for, it doesn't matter. They aren't going to be able to click through and purchase, right? You're not selling a product as in bottles of Coke Zero. You're selling a property that has dates locked into it. And so if you, on the next level down, if you aren't having someone book, it doesn't mean that they didn't want to. It could just mean that your dates are unavailable for them. So that's another part or piece to it. So to keep in mind, but basically you're wanting somewhere between 1% to 5% click-through rate to go all the way down, which is why, again, it's a funnel that more people up top, more people next level down, more people next level down, more people next level down. It's kind of the way you're doing it. Mark, do you find the best performing photo would also be the best performing hero?
I was going to answer that. That's
go for it.
So Mark, I don't know if you were in the room at the mastermind meeting in Orlando a few weeks ago when Kenny and I were recording our podcast, but one of the things that is ironic, I hadn't seen this back end, and Chris, go back to the highest performing image if you don't mind. Kenny talked about the data of selecting your hero image, and that it should have, if you're at the beach, if you're at a lake, you want to have water in that image that is outperforming like 30-40% the other images. And look at what this is here. I don't think it's that great of a photo. That's just a drone photo that Chris, selected when he was filming the drone footage, but the water's in the photo, right? So it kind of correlates and makes total sense. So, and this is backed up by Kenny Bedwell from STR Insights. If you're by the water anywhere on lake, waterfall, river, beach, whatever, make sure that you have the water in the photo. So this kind of corroborates that.
Yeah, but I think also to kind of, when you talk about buyer and the differences, on Facebook, you're interrupting their flow, right? You're showing an ad in the midst of everything else on Facebook. Or on Airbnb, it's more like, Airbnb is more like Google than obviously Facebook is. So you're searching, and so the thing on Airbnb or Vrbo that's catching their eye is also that thing that you're wanting. It's just a different way of searching for it. They're basically, the OTAs are search engines. That's their purpose for them. And so it may be similar, it may be different, but in this case, I would say the data probably shows that what worked on Facebook is also what would work for this particular property on Airbnb or Vrbo as well.
So Joshua is talking about his KPIs in his last ad campaign pretty much matched what you were just talking about, but he didn't get any bookings. It's one of the reasons that you got to really understand that whole funnel, that whole buyer's journey, the awareness phase, the solution-based phase, and then the decision-making phase. That's really going to increase conversion as you get into more conversion-based ads at the bottom of that funnel. But also, I really don't care. I don't track I do, but it's why I also will send traffic to Airbnb. One of the things we can't do in ads is run all 3 booking links. So when I do my buy, sell, trade strategy, which produces probably more revenue for me than anything aside from Airbnb or Vrbo, even more than Facebook ads, because I do it so diligently, the trust is a hard part, right? So if you're going to cold traffic, that awareness at the top of the funnel, and you're spending dollars for them, that's why I told Chris, I love an awareness, and I'll blast out from a branding standpoint. I just want them to know me, to remember, then retarget them. And one of the reasons that I want to retarget, and I don't know if Chris has any we can show, and I don't want to turn this into an extra hour, but Chris, you remember we retargeted. I didn't do selfie videos, but he shot the retargeting videos of me talking, because they're going to trust Airbnb or Vrbo when they've never seen us before in an ad or anything like that, more than they're going to trust us sending them to our direct booking website. So one of the reasons I put the host stuff on the sales page with me and my wife, and then I'll do retargeting videos when they don't book, and I'm doing that with me in them, is so I can earn their trust and they can put a name with a face. So that's the first thing I would ask you, Josh. Were you running retargeting ads? You've got to have 25 to 30% of your budget in retargeting ads behind that primary ad.
Yeah, and still keep in mind that unlike a product, there's lots of other things that go into the final decision making than just whether they wanted to or not. They could, your specific dates you're looking for, you could already be booked for. They could have picked this date, something like, "Ooh, that's outside of our price range." That is an impact factor, because they don't even see a price or have an idea of it until they put in their specific dates for it. So there's lots of other things that play into that final conversion from landing page all the way to the final booking, besides just whether your property is available or not, or whether your page is optimized or not in the end, versus like a normal e-commerce product.
Kathleen, you are 1,000% right. The more they see you, the more they trust you. You guys spent almost $500 with me to be here today. I think, what was it, Chris? $495, $485, something like that. $497. That's $500. Most of you, this is not the first time that you've seen us. You've listened to podcasts. You're in the Facebook group. We've already created value. We've already earned your trust. Think about how many times you had to consume some form or piece of content from me and or Chris to spend $500 with us. And then think about what happens when you're going to run one ad to all of, a geographic area and not have anything behind it. And you're trying to sell them $500 a night for 3 nights, or $1,500 a night at the beach, or $2,000 a night for 7 nights. We have to have retargeting behind it. That's why we can't just be one and done with one ad. And honestly, you're going to see your best results if you send somebody to the sales page. And if you notice, we had a video on the sales page. I think that you should have a personal video from you as the host as well. And it should not be like when I get excited. It should be like me sitting down in the family room or sitting on the dock fishing and being really intentionally slower and less excited in the way that I speak. Like, hey, this is our family lake house. We're really excited to host you. We have put a really big conscious effort into completely fully loading this property with everything. You just bring your fishing pole, bring your boat. We've got a dock right over here. Pull it up, relax. We've got everything else taken care of, from the fully loaded kitchen to the fire pit, linens, all that stuff, to set their mind at ease, right? That's the retargeting stuff that should go out after they've watched your video, after they've clicked on your ad and they haven't purchased from you. You can't expect somebody to buy the first time that they engage with you. I can't emphasize that enough. The old adage from the Mad Men days in the 40s and the 50s from advertising, we still need 7 to 10 touch points in most cases. That's why relying on Airbnb and Vrbo for somebody to click our listing immediately and book is very, very challenging. They're trusting Airbnb, or Vrbo, they're not trusting us. We want to create these opportunities to be able to earn their trust. You've got to have retargeting.
Yep. Speaking of which, that's what we're going to get into. So for those of you who don't know what retargeting is, basically there's a piece of code that you get from Facebook. It's called the pixel, and you put that pixel on your landing page. So if I go to, I'm going to find it. So my dang tab's open now.
And Chris, this is really step one while they're building out their landing page, right?
Yep. So inside this landing page, I have this little thing. It's called the pixel helper that allows me to know that pixels are installed places. Refresh it.
Is that just a Chrome plugin?
Yeah, it's a Chrome extension. It's called the Meta Pixel Helper, and it allows me just to confirm that, yes, there is a pixel on this particular landing page and what pixel it is, so I can just double check everything. But a pixel is just a piece of code that allows Facebook to track you wherever you go. I know that sounds terrible, but they're everywhere. You go to Nike.com, literally I have it, and I can tell very quickly anywhere you visit, everyone's tracking you everywhere. It allows Facebook to match people. So I, as the advertiser, don't know who this individual person is, but Facebook is able to then say, okay, Chris went to stay@keyvacationrentals.com/Sunset Point Smith Lake. And then I'm able to, as an advertiser, say, hey, Facebook, I want to advertise to anyone who visited this specific page. And they're like, cool, we can make those connections together and do that. So the way this works is, when I need the URL, the specific page that they're going to, then inside of Facebook, go back to the hamburger of the all tools, then I'm going to go to audiences. So this is where we'll talk about this in a second, where I can upload a custom list, I create a lookalike, and I can create my retargeting audiences. So I'm going to create an audience. An audience is basically just a group of people, and I'm creating a custom one based on a website where they visited. I can also do it based on customer lists. We'll do that in a second. I can do it based on how much of a video they watched, whether they visit an Instagram account, whether they like your Facebook page. There's lots of those things that you can do as well, but we're going to do website for now. Then I pick the right pixel. As you can see, I do way too many of these demos. Build us through with pixel. And then I want people who visited a specific web page, not all the web pages. That's default, right? This is what I use for, if you're seeing the Facebook group ad, that's what I use for that. Anyone who's visited anywhere, basically. I want people who visited a specific page. And then I want it to basically equal the URL. I'm gonna get a warning. It's gonna yell at me, hey, you may want to use the instead of exact, use contains, whatever. I want it to be this exact URL. Then I would name it retargeting set point Nashville. And then I need to change my retentions, maximum 180 days. 180 days, let's try that again. There we go. That's the max you can do retention wise. This is why you want to have your pixel installed from the very beginning, because that way it's just collecting information. That's all a pixel does. It just collects information. Then I can go back in later and then choose what information I want to pull from it. So you see, I use people who visit specific pages, but I can also do how much time they spend on a specific page or other options. It's a lot of the same kind of things you can do with individual targeting, you can do with the custom audience targeting. That would just create this audience. So Facebook's going to do its magic and start finding the people who have visited that page. And then I'm going to create a couple other audiences. I'm going to tell you how to use them. So that's one audience now. I have the ability to advertise to people who visited that specific landing page. But I can also create an audience of people who watch a percentage of a video. So I click video. I could actually choose, okay, people who watch, say 50% of a video. Now I get to pick what video, right? So I actually, let's do, let me just look for it. There we go. So it should show me my ads, right? So yeah, here's the 2 ads I did. So let's do the long one. So if you've watched 50% of this ad, it's going to tell me a number. Then I want to show you an ad now. And so this is targeting, whoops, can't spell, Sunset Point, him, long video. Again, I want to name everything so it's super specific so I know what I'm doing later. I'm not confused what something is. So anyone who watched at least 50% of this 2-minute video, that means a minute, it's a long freaking watch time, I could then show them an ad. That's another audience I could create. I can also create audience based on my email list. So if you had an email list of previous guests for a particular property, I can upload that list in here. I may not want to advertise to them, but I can create a lookalike. We'll talk about that after I show you how to use these custom audiences. And basically, it's just a name, emails, phone numbers. Let me go find a list somewhere. My group list. There we go. Name, emails, phone numbers. Again, you want to name it. Sunset Point demo. And it's going to tell me to match things. So I'm matching the email, I'm matching the first name, matching the last name. And what Facebook does is it goes through all the Facebook accounts and tries to match people who have those first names, last names, and emails are all attached to a Facebook account, and it pulls them into an audience for me to then be able to advertise to. So kind of quickly, I created a retargeting based on the landing page they went to. I created a retargeting based on how much of a video they watched. That was the previous ad. And then I just uploaded a custom list. So all these I can advertise to. And the way you do that, we go back to the ads manager. If you remember kind of the way the ads work in the campaign, you are selecting your overall objective, which is, for this case, traffic. And inside it, the ad set is where you choose where you're sending someone to. And that's where I would create a new ad set. Let's call this retargeting. And a new ad. So now in the retargeting ad set, again, you set your budget, how much you're wanting to spend a day. Now, because this audience is going to be super small, because it's only people who visited the landing page or watch a certain percentage of the video, I don't need to really spend a ton of money here. The rule typically is if you have an overall budget, 80% goes to the primary ad, 20% goes to the retargeting of it. So if I was spending $10 a day total, then give or take $2 a day to the retargeting. You can tell very quickly once they're running for a little while if this is enough or too much, depending on how often the people see the ad. That's called frequency.
Chris, is there any budgeting strategy for Facebook to maybe put in $5 a day, even though we know it will only spend $2 to $3 a day?
Facebook would still try and spend it. And so it may not reach it, but what would happen would be, it would just keep showing the same ad to the same people, and your frequency would just climb really, really fast. So, I mean, you could and kind of see what it does. Like I said, the depth to any ad set is starting higher and going lower. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather start at like 2 and kind of see how it performs with the 2, And then you're like, okay, that's not so bad. Let me give it 3, let me give it 5, let me keep upping it over time. But basically the only thing I change in the ad set is right here where it says custom audiences. I would choose what audiences I want. So this is the website retargeting. So I don't have to change anything else. I know its estimation is going to be way off because as it can't tell me anymore. This is something that's after the last election that they removed all of these like advanced metrics for being able to know for custom audiences. But basically all I need to know is that I'm going to show an ad to the people who visited this page. Nothing else changes on I pick my budget and I tell it that's who I want to send it to. And I would create an ad. And this ad would only be shown to the people that visited this page. That's how retargeting, that's how you set it up. But the same thing would work if I wanted to show it the ad to retarget people who watch the video. I just change which custom audience I want. So this ad would be shown to people who watch 50% long video. I could have it go to my list. So this ad would show just to people who were on my custom list. So this is in the custom audiences area. This is where you choose who sees the ad. Just like before, people in Birmingham, people in Nashville, and this one would be people I choose, either the retargeting or my list. And then same thing, you set up an ad, and this is where, like Bill said, you can get creative with it because you could be a more personalized video because the only people seeing it are people who either watched a certain percentage of the video, if that's the one I chose, or they visited the landing page. That's the only way that they would be able to see the ads. So you create a more personalized video, speak to that. In the copy, you can be much more specific with that. And that's kind of the basics of retargeting. And you notice I'm not running retargeting for this particular ad because it hasn't been running for at least a full week yet. I want the pixel to get enough information so that I don't blast the first 100 people that visited the landing page with an ad very, very quickly. I want to be able to give it time to be able to gain an audience to be able to then advertise to them. That's kind of the goal of it. The last thing I want to talk about when it comes to audiences is the lookalike audience. So again, I go to the tools, go to audiences, and in here, I uploaded my list. And these are people that previously stayed with you. You can even get even spicier and just choose the people who booked the best dates or the highest performing dates, that kind of thing. And I want to let Facebook find more people like those people. That's what a lookalike is. And basically Facebook's saying, hey, it's like customer lines. No, I want to be able to create a lookalike. There we go. So basically Facebook is saying, I want to find people who look like other sources. Of course, in alphabetical order. What do they call this thing? SP demo. There we go. Who look like the people that are in this list, meaning it tries to find similar demographics, similar interests. It finds the people in the list, pulls their profiles,
hold on,
compares
Chris.
them.
So Melissa, this is the most important thing. Tawny, you took what I said out of context. I'll give you a refund if you're not happy, but don't start bitching about what we're doing here. Listen, this is the most important part. 100%. Most people do not know how to do this. Pay close attention right now, and this is the most valuable thing that you will learn out of this entire thing, because this opens up the opportunity that 99.9% of people do not know how to do at all. Vicasa's not doing it. Evolve's not doing it. I promise you. This is like why you have to build an email list, because it's not just for email. It's also to leverage to build a custom audience. This is the money maker right here.
Yeah. So we'll start just so that we're super clear on this. I uploaded my list into Facebook. These are lists.
And Chris, you need 100 minimum, correct?
100 minimum. Obviously, the more the better. You can also get spicy with it and just include specific. If you had your highest booking people, the people that had the most value for you, you could do that. But you need 100 minimum. This is why things like StayFi can help with that, because you get more emails per booking than just the booker themselves.
And let me give you 30 seconds on that. You need to understand how to segment lists as well. So if you're using StayFi, you should have a segmented list inside of your email service provider. And it should be just your bookers, just the people that are booking and paying you for the bookings. So when you have a property that sleeps 10 and the bookers there is 1, that person goes into the client list inside your ESP or email service provider. The other 9 or the other 4 or the other 3 guests that are staying need to be segmented out, and they go into the guest list or the prospect list or the lead list. They are not your customer. And I want you to understand that, because you have to create copy and you have to target them differently with the creative, the copy, the creative that you put in your ads, just like you would speak to them differently. So the process changes when somebody buys something from you. Psychologically, they are in a different space. I can't make that clear enough. So I would create 2 separate email lists. And when you upload them into Facebook, keep your clients in one list and your prospects, leads, or the guests that didn't pay in another list.
Yep. So I uploaded my list into Facebook. So Facebook goes through and starts matching the list based on phone number, email, first name, last name, and starts matching those to actual Facebook profiles. And that's how you advertise to those people. That's one of the ways I showed you. You can do retargeting, or you could do it to your customer list. Or I can create a lookalike. So Facebook will take those profiles that match to and try and find people similar to those people. It uses everything it knows about you, your demographics, your interests, all those things. And then it will match to the best percentage, in this case, 1%, to pick a country, United States. And obviously this is going to get massive, because 1% of the United States is, 2.7 million people, but it's doing its best to match the people you gave it a list to these other profiles. And then I would just create this audience. Again, I would want to name it. It names it basically the lookalike of whatever list it came from. And then same way in my ad set, and this is where the naming goes back to, go back to the ads manager here, that if I name this one retargeting, I could create a new ad set, name this one lookalike. You see, I do this a lot, lookalike of lists, just so I'm clear on where they're coming from. Again, this one's a much larger list, so I could go back to $5 or $10 a day. And then I would choose my custom audience. But in this case, it's my lookalike of the list I uploaded. Again, Facebook's going to be way off on its audience definition, just because it doesn't have the ability to anymore to be able to tell us that information.
Can you go down to the percentage match when you get a chance?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back to it.
So Magical, you can actually create a lookalike list off of any of your lists that you already have in Facebook. So if you have 500 people that have watched 50% of a video, you can create a lookalike off of that as well. Correct. But go down to just kind of hover over the percentages. I want to make this really clear. You can see down here below, just scroll down below to the percentages, Chris.
Yeah, it won't let me change it until I put in a list.
Oh, gotcha. So almost all of you are going to want to say, I want more reach. So you're going to go from 1% to 2% to 3% to 5%, because the mentality is that will get more people into my list. Do not, I repeat, do not get off of that 1% match. Specifically when you're using previous guests, your ideal buyer persona that is already bought from you, I would rather see you get, I mean, look at 1%, it just went to 13.8 million from 2.76 million. It's going to broaden it way too much. The 1%, these are 2.7 million people of my ideal customer. That's what I want. That's the value of the lookalike list. So from 2% to 10%, just forget about it and never use it. Stay right on 1%. So back to Magical, you can create, your lists off of video views or any of these custom audiences, the people that you're tracking on the pixel that have hit your web page, and then you can create a list. You can use a lot of these different factors. It doesn't just have to be from the upload. As Jose says, I mean, this is why I'm such a huge proponent of StayFi. Even, I mean, I don't get commission, I don't get affiliate, nothing. You've never even seen me share a link. I just talk about it all the time because that's the fastest way to build your email list. And the most valuable thing that you will own in marketing ever is your email list.
Yeah. And I see a couple of people talk about the pixel. So that's one of those places where Facebook continually changes their information, that actually looking up from Facebook the latest how to install a pixel on a site or how to get your pixel, create your pixel is the best way to do it, because I could probably create one today and then next week it would be different information. It's one of those places that changes constantly.
So Rob, you collect the booker's email when they book from you. You're not getting your guest emails. You will not get your guest emails unless you use something like StayFi, to where you force them to log in to get access to your Wi-Fi. That's the beautiful part about StayFi.
Stop my share. There we go. Here we could get through, since we're a little over anyways, try and get as many questions as we can before we sign off.
Yeah, if we're putting bookers in a separate list, then we still need 100 of them, even if we have other guests from StayFi, right? Or can Facebook. So I just don't want to, I don't want to intermingle them, Ryan. I would just be patient and wait till you get 100 bookers. Because of the fact that the sentiment is different. It's totally different when somebody has bought something from you versus when they've just perused or they've stayed at your property. I mean, there's something that happens to us psychologically when somebody whips out that credit card and pays. The relationship absolutely changes. What else do we got here from questions? You're not getting Airbnb emails. You can get them from Verbo. They have special creative order. We just asked a welcome message. Say 18 people stay at your house and they all like to stay at rentals. You just found 17 other. Yeah, Jose Cornejo, you're 100% correct on that. Would you mix guests with who booked at properties in different markets? No, I wouldn't. I try to keep everything segmented property by property. I will introduce them to other properties, typically via email marketing, not necessarily during ads, but I don't want to convolute my data, just like I don't want to convolute my bank accounts from property to property. People who stayed with me that come skiing at Beach Mountain, North Carolina, may have zero interest in my property in Montana that I just purchased, or have zero interest in going to the beach, right? So like Chris really isn't a beach guy. He doesn't like going down to my beach houses. He'd rather go someplace. He'd probably rather go to the lake and go, fish or get out on the boat or, whatever. And I'm kind of the same. I don't want to go to the beach either. So you got to base it on their interests and where they've stayed and why they've stayed with you. If you have similar properties, you combine lists. Samantha, no, I don't. Kind of just reiterating what I just said. I've got 10 properties in Gulf Shores, Alabama that I own and co-host. I do not commingle them at all. I might introduce the other properties once again through, I could do it through an ad, I could do it through an email, but I keep my data separate. Yes, Melissa, no, it will not be available this evening. The recording will be available probably
Later
Monday
this
or
week.
Tuesday of next week, because it takes so much work on Chris's and his team's end to get everything ready and uploaded and prepared. It just takes a long time for that. Will you be sharing examples of what your email marketing looks like? Templates, for example. You guys see, you will get templates for the email marketing tomorrow. And when you look at time and dollar for dollar valuation, the number one thing is email marketing if it's executed correctly. So that's another reason why we don't want to convolute the guests versus the customers, right? Clients versus leads, because I'm going to send them both emails too, but I'm going to talk to them differently. I'm going to talk to a customer completely differently than the way that I'm going to talk to somebody that's never paid me before. And you will get those tomorrow. Yes. Are you running the top of the funnel video as the ad to show to lookalike audience that clicked on your top of the funnel ad? I don't understand that. Do you understand that question, Chris?
Well, video ad shows lookalike audience as the picture on your top of the funnel ad. Again, you kind of look at who you're speaking to. So I have even less control of who the people are.
What was the question? That's what, so everybody understands. That's what I'm trying. I don't understand the question.
That's what I'm trying to think. Like, if the video you choose for any ad needs to be to who you're sending it to. So when you're choosing interests, I have more specific, way more specific on what I can say to them, because I know that they're interested in certain things. But when you're doing a lookalike, the lookalike is people similar to, but that may expand it to people of different interests and demographics, just based on, again, similar to match people who have booked with you before. So the video I would keep more general than specific as far as what's allowed. But yeah, any video you create, you have multiple options for, like, if you're doing lookalike, it's the widest amount of people, which means that it's the most people are going to see it. So that's a great opportunity to later retarget on the lookalike to then show deeper into ads. If that makes any sense.
Rodrigo, 100%. You can get names, emails, and phone numbers from StayFi. Can we get a link to the Facebook mastermind walkthrough? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'll include that in the recordings as well.
Oh, to the Facebook walkthrough. Gotcha.
Yeah,
can we upgrade from the purchase of just this boot camp to Host Academy? You can't upgrade, but you can join the Host Academy. I put links in here if you scroll back through them. This is a big one from Carol, because I think there's a lot of people that have a very similar sentiment. I just feel like many people don't read emails anymore. Much goes into spam. Also, especially younger folks, email not preferred, much prefer texting. I'm going to 100% disagree with you, Carol, respectfully. And that's usually because you have no interest in the emails, right? So here's what happens with email. We average like almost, what are we at, Chris? Like almost 50, 60% open rate on our emails, which is unheard of. Why? Because 85% of the emails I send are not to sell you stuff like this. It's to help, just purely help you and to educate you. So you keep opening and you keep reading, because my emails are designed to create value for you. And then probably that other 15 or 20% of the time, I will come in and try to sell you something like this, but I've had to earn that right. And where people screw up email is they don't understand what I just said. They don't try to earn the right to sell you something, and they don't create enough value, right? So you're going to see in these email templates that we're going to go over and the prompts that we're going to give you, there's like 7 or 8 pretty simple emails that we're going to walk through tomorrow, and they're not to sell. And a lot of those emails that I send out, I'll give you 1,500, 2,000 words of value, and I might drop a link to Host Academy or to this or something in the PS down below. And funny enough, we'll still, we have an email. What's our email list? 15, 16,000, Chris? Mm-hmm. And then funny enough, just when I drop a link in a PS, after I'm just giving an educational email, we'll have 5, 10, 15, 20 people come in and buy something, because I've spent so much time and I've invested to help. I do the exact same process. And I don't want to get into the whole training side now, but it's the same thing. If the email's valuable, people are going to read it. It's that simple. Mm-hmm. So if you position to benefit your guest, benefit your potential guests, and not sell, then people will open and they will read the emails. Text is very challenging. And the reason text is very challenging is because we are extremely limited into what we can deliver into texting. I mean, we use simple texting. I do text a lot. I mean, we send out text every single week. You guys don't receive a lot of text from me because my email is the most valuable component that we have. And it's the most valuable thing, if executed correctly, like we will show you tomorrow, in any good marketer's toolkit. That I will promise you. But you have to build your email list. So the other thing I'll tell you, Carol, is please, and everybody that's here, don't let your personal bias impact the way that you look at marketing, right? So don't say, oh, people don't use Facebook ads, or they won't look at them, or they don't work. It's not about the targeting. Some of it's about the targeting and the lookalike and the stuff that Chris has taught you today. But at the end of the day, honestly, it all comes down to your content. If you create great, compelling content that's going to benefit the person that you're trying to deliver that to, you're going to win, and they're going to consume it. If you cut corners or you create content that's just too salesy, they're going to get turned off, and they're going to, click the 3 buttons up in the top right of your ad and say, I want to see less ads like this, or block you, or, unsubscribe from your email, unlike your Facebook page, whatever it is. So just really be customer centric. And there's a reason that people that educate typically win, because they're trying to benefit their customers. It's Gary Vaynerchuk, jab, 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 right hook. Give to your community, then come in with the right hook and ask to sell, but you got to give them 3 jabs before you try to hook.
Now I want to hit JJ's question real quick. Why ask for phone numbers? Actually, it's a great reason. It's not just because as Jose mentioned that Facebook can match the phone. I think Facebook matches phone numbers better than it matches emails. So most people, when they give an email out, the actual email they use that's connected to Facebook is typically a personal email. I know Bill's is, I know mine's is. But the email I would give to most businesses or most places if I'm doing a rental is my business email. So my business email is not connected to my Facebook. So Facebook wouldn't match me that way. But guess what is my phone number? Because I have 2-factor authentication on my Facebook account. So that's why the phone numbers are that much better for matching people than even emails are. Now, I do want to hit, I saw one more that I was asking, we're going to go into Google Ads tomorrow. No, that's not specifically, but I do want to mention the reason we're teaching you the way we're teaching you. The Facebook obviously was a heavy part because what's available in Facebook is better than any other platform as far as targeting goes. But if you take the key components of what we talked about today, you know your buyer persona, you know who they are, where they're at, then you can just replicate what we've talked about into any other platform. You want to run LinkedIn ads, if you know who they are, then you know how to be able to target them, what businesses they might be on, that kind of stuff. The actual way the platforms work is super similar. So you could easily run LinkedIn ads with the same knowledge base, just applying it to a different platform. For Google Ads, the same thing. We already talked about some of the ways to compare it. Now, my warning or caveat with Google Ads specifically is that you're going to compete against all the big boys when it comes to Google Ads, because you're not going to be able to win on keywords like Gulf Shores vacation rental or, you know, anything like that that's going to cost so much. But you could win, like Bill mentioned earlier, on some of the long tail ones. Not be, you know, Sunset Point at Smith Lake. That specific keyword is going to cost you like nothing to hang on to. But if someone's searching and you've been branding properly, then you would pop at the top of the search results instantly for something you would normally not rank for.
And that's something that that is something that you should do at a very remedial level is, as I said earlier, is do some Google, like literally $1, $2 a day, maybe 3 max for each one of those properties just on your brand name. Chris, let's go make a note. Let's go over that. And we definitely need to do that for the Host Academy. Can a guest put fake emails or phone numbers in StayFi? 100% they can. There's no question about that. We can't control that. Going back to, where was that? Dan, Frazier, and Andrew about the top of the funnel. Yes, if you're going to run awareness, if you're going to run a top of the funnel, what you want to do is think about awareness is the top of the funnel. Then the buyer, it's really the buyer's journey as opposed to the funnel, right? So the widest part's the awareness. That means we're trying to make ourselves aware. What are the options? You know, hey, do I want to go? I'm going down to the beach. And if I'm going to like the Gulf for the very first time, and I'm looking like probably from the Forgotten Coast all the way to Dauphin Island, right? But if I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm a Gulf Shores guy. I want to go to Destin. I want to stay in 30A. So I'm going to look at all these places, you know, from, you know, Dune Island all the way to, you know, Eastern, what is it? Eastern Lake or, you know, whatever. So, and I'm gonna look at Seaside, I'm gonna look at Watercolor, I'm gonna look at all those places. That's the awareness. I'm gonna see how much it's gonna cost, how close can I get to the beach, you know, what's the different design elements, all the different stuff in the awareness phase. So if you show that to me in a video, say like what Chris did in that condensed version of 45-second to minute-long video for Sunset Point, then you come back in behind that with retargeting. Now the retargeting should be in the solutions. Now I'm looking, hey, we're right across the street from the beach. You can walk to downtown Seaside, all the trucks. We provide A, B, and C, plus we have bikes and golf carts, blah, blah, blah. That's the solutions that I'm looking for. Then the next level is going to be down, I'm into the decision-making phase. So we all go through this, whether we're buying a car, whether we're looking at a vacation rental, buying a shirt, whatever it is. And that's why we call it the buyer's journey now. So awareness information at the top, retargeting ad like number 1 or 1 and 2 should be solution based, and then decision making, that's where you sell at the bottom. So if you're going to run 3 retargeting ads, you have your primary, or 3 ads total, you have your primary awareness, then retarget with solutions, then retarget with a sale. Does that make sense? And if you can, if you're gonna, that's kind of the between beginner to intermediate, then the expert's probably going to have 5 or 6 retargeting behind it to take a little bit more time to get down to that decision to be able to sell to them. Candace, for example, when we start email marketing, I could do 10 things to do in 30A to my guests. That's a really great start. I like that, but we're going to make it a little bit more specific than that, as opposed to just 10 things to do in 30A. Like where are the 3 best restaurants that, you know, tourists don't know about? Where's the best place to get sushi? You know, hey, where actually, you know what the best one is? Where can I go on 30A and not have 5,000 people within 100 yards of me? Or where can I get the best spot that's quiet on the beach in 30A? That's the type of stuff that people want to know. Look, we get a lot of guests and customers in Gulf Shores, and specifically in Fort Morgan, because they used to be 30A people, but they can't stand how many people are on the beach, and they got to get there at 6 o'clock in the morning to get a spot, and there's no room to throw a football or whatever it is. So I actually market against 30A in Gulf Shores, and specifically Fort Morgan, for people that want their own private beach on the 4th of July, which you cannot get anywhere in 30A. So if you think about those things, let's be just a little bit more granular, a little bit more specific. We'll get into some of those content ideas tomorrow morning.
I'll share this real quick. So this is a graphic we had made, and I'll put this in with all the other downloads and links and stuff. But so I was asking kind of what the idea of the funnel is, and this is kind of a good example of it, where you have your traffic source, whatever it is. This is Facebook ads in this example. They click it and go to your landing page that has your offer or your booking link, or however you want to place it. If they say yes, meaning they actually book, you get a thank you page, you get their email, and you're able to put them into an email series. This is where that kind of general information about the market, those special recommendations, all those things, and then you're able to then, as it says here, upsell, cross-sell other properties, different things you can include in that, and that's kind of how you kind of loop them through. If they go no on the offer, means they don't book, that's when they get retargeted. They get sent to a landing page. And if they book, again, goes the same way. If they don't book, then you just keep them in the cycle of retargeting ads, landing pages, retargeting ads, landing pages, over and over again. It's kind of the way that works. And either they eventually won't book, which means they won't get retargeted anymore, or they will book, and then they kind of go through the other side. So that's kind of the basic pathway. They go in, they book. That's good. You put them in an email sequence. They don't book, then they just keep seeing or get retargeted until either they bounce out eventually, meaning they no longer get retargeted, or they make a booking decision, one of the two.
Chris is going to share that in the email that he'll send out later today, right?
Yep.
So basically, here's what's going to happen. Chris is going to share the graph. He's going to share you all the links, everything that we've shared today. We're in the final stages. We're going to wrap this up. He will also be, that same email is going to have your link for tomorrow, right? So I want to make that, is that right, Chris?
Yeah, I'll adjust. I was going to send one out in the morning, so I'll adjust it and add in links from today. And
okay, so you're going to send it in the morning, not tonight.
Yeah.
So tomorrow morning at around somewhere between 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern time, probably 9 a.m. Eastern, like we did today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then Chris will send out the link for tomorrow's webinar, and then also all the information that we shared today. So get your questions ready for tomorrow. We're going to go over a lot. Chris, what's the synopsis? What are we going to be covering tomorrow?
Tomorrow is
email marketing,
copywriting, and then social content with your social scheduling, how to create stuff using Canva quickly.
Awesome. Great stuff. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for the extra 30 minutes. I think it was valuable. Just to recap today for you, there's no question the last 15 minutes is the most valuable component. That lookalike list just changes the game from a Facebook ads perspective. The 5 to 7, 10 minutes prior to that is the retargeting. Those are, once you get the basics down of like Facebook ads, the funnel, and remember, you're going to have the sales page. You've got copy written. You've got the ads. You've got the targeting. You've got all that stuff in the funnel that we're going to be delivering to you. So once you can get that set up and get those basics down, then I really want you to focus on the retargeting and building out your lookalike list. We'll talk a lot more about ways to build your email list tomorrow, the email prompts, the copy. We'll get into a scheduling plan. I'm going to show you the social media posting software that I recommend that you guys use. We're going to kind of go through that whole gamut. And once again, I'm going to tell you where to stay away from investing your time and your money, and really what's working right now as well. So have a great evening. Get some rest. Thank you guys for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Have a great day, everybody.